You fool! Warren is dead.
You are standing in an empty room.
Welcome to HorrorBabble. I'm pleased to return today with our first radio drama anthology, titled HorrorPlay, a radio drama collection. The anthology includes all productions recorded between 2018 and 2024, with the exception of the two longer productions, Reanimator and The Dunwich Horror. Links to those and chapter times can be found in the description below. Headphones are highly recommended to get the most out of these recordings. And I just have to mention that this is HB Project 666. Feel free to insert your own Iron Maiden references. And without further ado, PICKMAN'S Model, a dramatic reading.
Ah, Elliot. Come in out of that damnable rain. Yes, take a seat. There by the mantelpiece. Warm yourself. Cup of tea? No, I know. You want to hear my story first. I understand. Well, if you must hear it, I don't know why you shouldn't. Maybe you ought to know anyhow. You kept writing me like a grieved parent when you heard I begun to cut the art club and keep away from Pickman. Now that he's disappeared, I go around to the club once in a while, but my nerves aren't what they were. I don't know what's become of Pickman, and I don't like to guess. You might have surmised I had some inside information when I dropped him, and that's why I don't want to think where he's gone. Let the police find what they can. It won't be much, judging from the fact that they don't know yet of the old North End place he hired under the name of Peters. I'm not sure that I could find it again myself. Not that I'd ever try, even in broad daylight. I do know, or am afraid I know, why he maintained it. I'm coming to that, and I think you'll understand before I'm through why I don't tell the police. They would ask me to guide them, but I couldn't go back there even if I knew the way. There was something there, and now I can't use the subway and you may as well have your laugh at this too, go down into cellars anymore. Ah, don't mind Carter. The spinning of a good yarn always draws his attention. Anyway, where was I? Ah, yes. I should think you'd have known I didn't drop Pickman for the same silly reasons that fussy old women like Dr. Reed or Joe Minot or Bosworth did. Morbid art doesn't shock me, and when a man has the genius Pickman had, I feel it an honor to know him, no matter what direction his work takes. Boston never had a greater painter than Richard Upton Pickman. I said it at first, and I say it still, and I never swerved an inch either when he showed that ghoul feeding piece. That, you remember, was when Minot cut him. You know, it takes profound art and profound insight into nature to turn out stuff like Pickman's. Any magazine cover hack can splash paint around wildly and call it a nightmare or a witch's sabbath or a portrait of the devil, but only a great painter can make such a thing really scare or ring true. That's because only a real artist knows the actual anatomy of the terrible or the physiology of fear, the exact sort of lines and proportions that connect up with latent instincts or hereditary memories of fright, and the proper color contrasts and lighting effects to stir the dormant sense of strangeness. I don't have to tell you why a Fusilier really brings a shiver. while a cheap ghost story frontispiece merely makes us laugh. There's something those fellows catch, beyond life, that they're able to make us catch for a second. Story had it, Syme has it, and Pickman had it as no man ever had it before, or I hope to heaven ever will again. Don't ask me what it is they see. You know, in ordinary art, there's all the difference in the world between the vital, breathing things drawn from nature or models and the artificial truck that commercial small fry reel off in a bare studio by rule. Well, I should say that the really weird artist has a kind of vision which makes models or summons up what amounts to actual scenes from the spectral world he lives in. Anyhow, he manages to turn out results that differ from the pretender's mince-pie dreams in just about the same way that the life painter's results differ from the concoctions of a correspondence school cartoonist. If I had ever seen what Pickman saw. But no, God, I wouldn't be alive if I'd ever seen what that man, if he was a man, saw. Quite the storm, isn't it? I fear my telling of this queer tale will be my undoing. Are you sure I can't offer you a cup of tea? No, don't say it. I'll get to the heart of the story first. You recall that Pickman's forte was faces. I don't believe anybody since Goya could put so much of sheer hell into a set of features or a twist of expression. And before Goya, you have to go back to the medieval chaps who did the gargoyles and chimeras on Notre Dame and Mont Saint-Michel. They believed all sorts of things, and maybe they saw all sorts of things too, for the Middle Ages had some curious phases. I remember your asking Pickman yourself once, the year before you went away, wherever in thunder he got such ideas and visions. Wasn't that a nasty laugh he gave you? It was partly because of that laugh that Reed dropped him. Reed, you know, just taken up comparative pathology, and was full of pompous inside stuff about the biological or evolutionary significance of this or that mental or physical symptom. He said Pickman repelled him more and more every day, and almost frightened him toward the last, that the fellow's features and expression were slowly developing in a way he didn't like, in a way that wasn't human. He had a lot of talk about diet, and said Pickman must be abnormal and eccentric to the last degree. I suppose you told Reed, if you and he had any correspondence over it, that he'd let Pickman's paintings get on his nerves or harrow up his imagination. I know I told him that myself, then. But keep in mind that I didn't drop Pickman for anything like this. On the contrary, my admiration for him kept growing, for that ghoul feeding piece was a tremendous achievement. As you know, the club wouldn't exhibit it, and the Museum of Fine Arts wouldn't accept it as a gift, and I can add that nobody would buy it. So Pickman had it right in his house till he went. Now his father has it in Salem. You know Pickman comes of old Salem stock, and had a witch ancestor hanged in 1692. I got into the habit of calling on Pickman quite often, especially after I began making notes for a monograph on weird art. Probably it was his work which put the idea into my head, and anyhow I found him a mine of data and suggestions when I came to develop it. He showed me all the paintings and drawings he had about, including some pen and ink sketches that would, I verily believe, have got him kicked out of the club if many of the members had seen them. Before long I was pretty nearly a devotee, and would listen for hours like a schoolboy to art theories and philosophic speculations wild enough to qualify him for the Danvers Asylum. My hero worship, coupled with the fact that people generally were commencing to have less and less to do with him, made him get very confidential with me. And one cold, wet, and miserable evening, he hinted that if I were fairly close-mouthed and none too squeamish, he might show me something rather unusual, something a bit stronger than anything he had in the house. You know, there are things that won't do for Newbury Street, things that are out of place here, and that can't be conceived here anyhow. It's my business to catch the overtones of the soul, and you won't find those in a parvenu set of artificial streets on made land. Back Bay isn't Boston. It isn't anything yet, because it's had no time to pick up memories and attract local spirits. If there are any ghosts here, they're the tame ghosts of a salt marsh and a shallow cove. And I want human ghosts. The ghosts of beings highly organized enough to have looked on hell and known the meaning of what they saw. The place for an artist to live is in the North End. If any aesthete were sincere, he'd put up with the slums for the sake of the mass traditions. God, man, don't you realize that places like that weren't merely made, but actually grew? Generation after generation lived and felt and died there, and in days when people weren't afraid to live and feel and die. Don't you know there was a mill on Copp's Hill in 1632, and that half the present streets were laid out by 1650? I can show you houses that have stood 2 centuries and a half and more. Houses that have witnessed what would make a modern house crumble into powder. What do moderns know of life and the forces behind it? You call the Salem witchcraft a delusion, but I'll wage my 4 times great-grandmother could have told you things. They hanged her on Gallows Hill, with Cotton Mather looking sanctimoniously on. Mather, damn him, was afraid somebody might succeed in kicking free of this accursed cage of monotony. I wish someone had laid a spell on him or sucked his blood in the night. I can show you a house he lived in, and I can show you another one he was afraid to enter in spite of all his fine, bold talk. He knew things you didn't dare put into that stupid Magnalia or that puerile wonders of the invisible world. Look here. Do you know the whole North End once had a set of tunnels that kept certain people in touch with each other's houses and the burying ground and the sea? Let them prosecute and persecute above ground. Things went on every day that they couldn't reach, and voices laughed at night that they couldn't place. Why, man? Out of 10 surviving houses built before 1700 and not moved since, I'll wager that in 8 I can show you something queer in the cellar. There's hardly a month that you don't read of workmen finding bricked-up arches and wells leading nowhere in this or that old place as it comes down. You could see one near Henchman Street from the elevated last year. There were witches and what their spells summoned, pirates and what they brought in from the sea, smugglers, privateers, and I tell you, people knew how to live and how to enlarge the bounds of life in the old times. This wasn't the only world a bold and wise man could know. And to think of today in contrast, with such pale pink brains that even a club of supposed artists gets shudders and convulsions if a picture goes beyond the feelings of a Beacon Street tea table. Oh, the only saving grace of the present is that it's too damn stupid to question the past very closely. What do maps and records and guidebooks really tell of the North End? At a guess, I'll guarantee to lead you to 30 or 40 alleys and networks of alleys north of Prince Street that aren't suspected by 10 living beings outside of the foreigners that swarm them. And what do those Dagos know of their meaning? No, Thurber. These ancient places are dreaming gorgeously and overflowing with wonder and terror and escapes from the commonplace, and yet there's not a living soul to understand or profit by them. Or rather, there's only one living soul, for I haven't been digging around in the past for nothing. See here, you're interested in this sort of thing. What if I told you that I've got another studio up there, where I can catch the night spirit of antique horror and paint things that I couldn't even think of in Newbury Street? Naturally, I don't tell those cursed old maids at the club, with Reed, damn him, whispering even as it is that I'm a sort of monster bound down the toboggan of reverse evolution. Yes, Thurber, I decided long ago that one must paint terror, as well as beauty from life. So I did some exploring in places where I had reason to know terror lives. I've got a place that I don't believe 3 living Nordic men beside myself have ever seen. It isn't so very far from the elevated as distance goes, but it's centuries away as the soul goes. I took it because of the queer old brick well in the cellar, one of the sort I told you about. The shack's almost tumbling down so that nobody else would live there, and I'd hate to tell you how little I pay for it. The windows are boarded up, but I like that all the better, since I don't want daylight for what I do. I paint in the cellar, where the inspiration is thickest, but I've other rooms furnished on the ground floor. A Sicilian owns it, and I've hired it under the name of Peters. Now, if you're game, I'll take you there tonight. I think you'd enjoy the pictures. For as I said, I've let myself go a bit there. It's no vast tour. I sometimes do it on foot, for I don't want to attract attention with a taxi in such a place. We can take the shuttle at the South Station for Battery Street, and after that the walk isn't much. Well, Elliot, my nerves are getting the better of me. I think I'd better put the kettle on. Tiptoe through the window, by the window, that is where I feel. Tiptoe through the tulip with me. Tiptoe through the garden, by the garden of the willow tree, and tiptoe through the tulips with me. So, there wasn't much for me to do after Pickman's harangue but to keep myself from running instead of walking for the first vacant cab we could sight. We changed to the elevated at the South Station, and at about 12 o'clock had climbed down the steps at Battery Street and struck along the old waterfront past Constitution Wharf. I didn't keep track of the cross streets and can't tell you yet which it was we turned up, but I know it wasn't Greenough Lane. When we did turn, it was to climb through the deserted length of the oldest and dirtiest alley I ever saw in my life, with crumbling-looking gables, broken small-paned windows, and archaic chimneys that stood out half-disintegrated against the moonlit sky. I don't believe there were 3 houses in sight that hadn't been standing in Cotton Mather's time. Certainly I glimpsed at least 2 with an overhang, and once I thought I saw a peaked roofline of the almost forgotten pre-gambrel type, though antiquarians tell us there are none left in Boston. From that alley, which had a dim light, we turned to the left into an equally silent and still narrower alley, with no light at all, and in a minute made what I think was an obtuse angled bend toward the right in the dark. Not long after this, Pickman produced a flashlight, and revealed an antediluvian 10-paneled door that looked damnably worm-eaten. Unlocking it, he ushered me into a barren hallway, with what was once splendid dark oak paneling. Simple, of course, but thrillingly suggestive of the times of Andrus and Phipps and the witchcraft. Then he took me through a door on the left, lighted an oil lamp, and told me to make myself at home. Now, Elliot, I'm what the man in the street would call fairly hard-boiled, but I'll confess that what I saw on the walls of that room gave me a bad turn. They were his pictures, you know, the ones he couldn't paint or even show in Newbury Street, and he was right when he said he had let himself go. Oh, excuse me, Elliot. Tea awaits. There we are. Should calm my nerves somewhat, and possibly yours after you've heard the rest of my tale. There's no use in my trying to tell you what those pictures were like, because the awful, the blasphemous horror, and the unbelievable loathsomeness and moral fetor came from simple touches quite beyond the power of words to classify. There was none of the exotic technique you see in Sydney Syme, none of the trans-Saturnian landscapes and lunar fungi that Clark Ashton Smith uses to freeze the blood. The backgrounds were mostly old churchyards, deep woods, cliffs by the sea, brick tunnels, ancient panelled rooms or simple vaults of masonry. Copp's Hill Burying Ground, which could not be many blocks away from this very house, was a favourite scene. The madness and monstrosity lay in the figures in the foreground, for Pickman's morbid art was preeminently one of demoniac portraiture. These figures were seldom completely human. but often approached humanity in varying degree. Most of the bodies, while roughly bipedal, had a forward slumping and a vaguely canine cast. The texture of the majority was a kind of unpleasant rubberiness. Oh, I can see them now. Their occupations, well, don't ask me to be too precise. They were usually feeding. I won't say on what. They were sometimes shown in groups in cemeteries or underground passages, and often appeared to be in battle over their prey, or rather their treasure trove. And what damnable expressiveness Pickman sometimes gave the sightless faces of this charnel booty. Occasionally the things were shown leaping through open windows at night, or squatting on the chests of sleepers, worrying at their throats. One canvas showed a ring of them baying about a hanged witch on Gallows Hill, whose dead face held a close kinship to theirs. But don't get the idea that it was all this hideous business of theme and setting which struck me faint. I'm not a 3-year-old kid, and I'd seen much like this before. It was the faces, Elliot, those accursed faces that leered and slavered out of the canvas with the very breath of life. By God, man, I verily believe they were alive. That nauseous wizard had waked the fires of hell in pigment, and his brush had been a nightmare-spawning wand. Oh, Carter, such a comfort you are. There was one thing called the lesson. Heaven pity me that I ever saw it. Listen, can you fancy a squatting circle of nameless dog-like things in a churchyard, teaching a small child how to feed like themselves? The price of a changeling, I suppose. You know, the old myth about how the weird people leave their spawn in cradles in exchange for the human babes they steal. Pickman was showing what happens to those stolen babes, how they grow up. And then I began to see a hideous relationship in the faces of the human and non-human figures. He was, in all his gradations of morbidity, between the frankly non-human and the degradedly human, establishing a sardonic linkage and evolution. The dog things were developed from mortals. And no sooner had I wondered what he made of their own young as left with mankind in the form of changelings, than my eye caught a picture embodying that very thought. It was that of an ancient Puritan interior, a heavily beamed room with lattice windows, a settle, and clumsy 17th century furniture, with the family sitting about while their father read from the scriptures. Every face but one showed nobility and reverence, but that one reflected the mockery of the pit. It was that of a young man in years, and no doubt belonged to a supposed son of that pious father. It was their changeling, and in a spirit of supreme irony, Pickman had given the features a very perceptible resemblance to his own. By this time, Pickman had lighted a lamp in an adjoining room, and was politely holding open the door for me, asking me if I would care to see his modern studies. I hadn't been able to give him much of my opinions. I was too speechless with fright and loathing, but I think he fully understood and felt highly complimented. And now I want to assure you again, Elliot, that I'm no mollycoddle to scream at anything which shows a bit of departure from the usual. I'm middle-aged and decently sophisticated, and I guess you saw enough of me in France to know I'm not easily knocked out. Remember, too, that I just about recovered my wind and gotten used to those frightful pictures which turned colonial New England into a kind of annex of hell. Well, in spite of all this, that next room forced a real scream out of me, and I had to clutch at the doorway to keep from keeling over. The other chamber had shown a pack of ghouls and witches overrunning the world of our forefathers, but this one brought the horror right into our own daily life. God, how that man could paint! There was a study called Subway Accident, in which a flock of the vile things were clambering up from some unknown catacomb through a crack in the floor of the Boylston Street subway, and attacking a crowd of people on the platform. Another showed a dance on Copp's Hill among the tombs with the background of today. Then there were any number of cellar views with monsters creeping in through holes and rifts in the masonry and grinning as they squatted behind barrels or furnaces and waited for their first victim to descend the stairs. One disgusting canvas seemed to depict a vast cross-section of Beacon Hill, with ant-like armies of the mephitic monsters squeezing themselves through burrows that honeycomb the ground. Dances in the modern cemeteries were freely pictured, and another conception somehow shocked me more than all the rest. A scene in an unknown vault, where scores of the beasts crowded about one who held a well-known Boston guidebook, and was evidently reading aloud. All were pointing to a certain passage, and every face seemed so distorted with epileptic laughter that I almost thought I heard the fiendish echoes. The title of the picture was Holmes, Lowell, and Longfellow Lie Buried in Mount Auburn. What was that? God, Elliot, I'm overwrought. It's all in my head, I'm sure, but I can't help but think. More tea? No, of course not. You've still half a cup. Anyway, as I gradually steadied myself and got readjusted to that second room of deviltry and morbidity, I began to analyze some of the points in my sickening loathing. In the first place, I said to myself, these things repelled because of the utter inhumanity and callous cruelty they showed in Pickman. The fellow must be a relentless enemy of all mankind to take such glee in the torture of brain and flesh and the degradation of the mortal tenement. In the second place, they terrified because of their very greatness. Their art was the art that convinced. When we saw the pictures, we saw the demons themselves and were afraid of them. And the queer part was that Pickman got none of his power from the use of selectiveness or bizarrerie. Nothing was blurred, distorted, or conventionalized. Outlines were sharp and lifelike, and details were almost painfully defined. And the faces. It was not any mere artist's interpretation that we saw. It was pandemonium itself, crystal clear in stark objectivity. That was it, by heaven. The man was not a fantasist or romanticist at all. He did not even try to give us the churning, prismatic ephemera of dreams, but coldly and sardonically reflected some stable, mechanistic, and well-established horror world which he saw fully, brilliantly, squarely, and unfalteringly. God knows what that world can have been, or where he ever glimpsed the blasphemous shapes that loped and trotted and crawled through it. But whatever the baffling source of his images, one thing was plain. Pickman was in every sense, in conception and in execution, a thorough, painstaking, and almost scientific realist. Carter, what's got you riled up so? It's the storm, that's all it is. Then, Elliot, my host was leading the way down the cellar to his actual studio, and I braced myself for some hellish effects among the unfinished canvases. As we reached the bottom of the damp stairs, he turned his flashlight to a corner of the large open space at hand, revealing the circular brick curb of what was evidently a great well in the earthen floor. We walked nearer, and I saw that it must be 5 feet across, with walls a good foot thick and some 6 inches above the ground level, solid work of the 17th century, or I was much mistaken. That, Pickman said, was the kind of thing he had been talking about, an aperture of the network of tunnels that used to undermine the hill. I noticed idly that it did not seem to be bricked up, and that a heavy disk of wood formed the apparent cover. Thinking of the things this well must have been connected with, I shivered slightly, then turned to follow him up a step and through a narrow door into a room of fair size, provided with a wooden floor and furnished as a studio. An acetylene gas outfit gave the light necessary for work. The unfinished pictures on easels or propped against the walls, were as ghastly as the finished ones upstairs, and showed the painstaking methods of the artist. Scenes were blocked out with extreme care, and penciled guidelines told of the minute exactitude which Pickman used in getting the right perspective and proportions. The man was great. I say it even now, knowing as much as I do. A large camera on a table excited my notice, and Pickman told me that he used it in taking scenes for backgrounds, so that he might paint them from photographs in the studio, instead of carting his outfit around the town for this or that view. He thought a photograph quite as good as an actual scene or model for sustained work, and declared he employed them regularly. There was something very disturbing about the nauseous sketches and half-finished monstrosities that leered around from every side of the room, and when Pickman suddenly unveiled a huge canvas on the side away from the light, I could not for my life keep back a loud scream, the second I had emitted that night. It echoed and echoed through the dim vaultings of that ancient and nitrous cellar, and I had to choke back a flood of reaction that threatened to burst out as hysterical laughter. Merciful Creator, Elliot, but I don't know how much was real and how much was feverish fancy. It doesn't seem to me that Earth can hold a dream like that. It was a colossal and nameless blasphemy with glaring red eyes, and it held in bony claws a thing that had been a man, gnawing at the head as a child nibbles at a stick of candy. Its position was a kind of crouch, and as one looked, one felt that at any moment it might drop its present prey and seek a juicier morsel. But, damn it all, it wasn't even the fiendish subject that made it such an immortal fountainhead of all panic. Not that, nor the dog-face with its pointed ears, bloodshot eyes, flat nose, and drooling lips. It wasn't the scaly claws, nor the mold-caked body, nor the half-hooved feet. None of these, though any one of them might well have driven an excitable man to madness. It was the technique, Elliot. The cursed, the impious, the unnatural technique. As I am a living being, I never elsewhere saw the actual breath of life so fused into a canvas. The monster was there. It glared and gnawed and gnawed and glared, and I knew that only a suspension of nature's laws could ever let a man paint a thing like that without a model, without some glimpse of the netherworld which no mortal unsold to the fiend has ever had. Pinned with a thumbtack to a vacant part of the canvas was a piece of paper now badly curled up. Probably, I thought, a photograph from which Pickman meant to paint a background as hideous as the nightmare it was to enhance. I reached out to uncurl and look at it, when suddenly I saw Pickman start as if shot. He had been listening with peculiar intensity ever since my shocked scream had waked unaccustomed echoes in the dark cellar, and now he seemed struck with a fright which, though not comparable to my own, had in it more of the physical than of the spiritual. He drew a revolver and motioned me to silence, then stepped out into the main cellar and closed the door behind him. Damnable racket. This storm will be the death of me, Elliot. But down in that dank cellar, I think I was paralyzed for an instant. Imitating Pickman's listening, I fancied I heard a faint scurrying sound somewhere, and a series of squeals or bleats in a direction I couldn't determine. I thought of huge rats and shuddered. Then there came a subdued sort of clatter, which somehow set me all in gooseflesh. A furtive, groping kind of clatter, though I can't attempt to convey what I mean in words. It was like heavy wood falling on stone or brick, wood on brick. What did that make me think of? Cursed rats! The deuce knows what they eat, Thurber, for those archaic tunnels touched graveyard and witch den and seacoast. But whatever it is, they must have run short, for they were devilish anxious to get out. Your yelling stirred them up, I fancy. Better be cautious in these old places. Our rodent friends are the one drawback, though. I sometimes think they're a positive asset by way of atmosphere and color. Well, Elliot, that was the end of the night's adventure. Pickman had promised to show me the place, and heaven knows he had done it. He led me out of that tangle of alleys in another direction, it seems. But when we sighted a lamppost, we were in a half-familiar street with monotonous rows of mingled tenement blocks and old houses. Charter Street, it turned out to be, but I was too flustered to notice just where we hit it. We were too late for the elevated, and walked back downtown through Hanover Street. I remember that walk. We switched from Tremont up Beacon, and Pickman left me at the corner of Joy, where I turned off. I never spoke to him again. Why did I drop him? No, it wasn't the paintings I saw in that place, though I'll swear they were enough to get him ostracized in 9/10 of the homes and clubs of Boston. And I guess you won't wonder now why I have to steer clear of subways and cellars. It was something I found in my coat the next morning. You know, the curled-up paper tacked to that frightful canvas in the cellar. The thing I thought was a photograph of some scene he meant to use as a background for that monster. That last scare had come while I was reaching to uncurl it, and it seems I had vacantly crumpled it into my pocket. Yes, that paper was the reason I dropped Pickman. Richard Upton Pickman, the greatest artist I have ever known, and the foulest being that ever leaped the bounds of life into the pits of myth and madness. Elliot, old Reed was right. He wasn't strictly human. Either he was born in strange shadow, or he'd found a way to unlock the forbidden gate. It's all the same now, for he's gone, back into the fabulous darkness he loved to haunt. Don't ask me to explain or even conjecture about what I burned. Don't ask me either what lay behind that mole-like scrambling Pickman was so keen to pass off as rats. There are secrets, you know, which might have come down from old Salem times, and Cotton Mather tells even stranger things. You know how damned lifelike Pickman's paintings were, and we all wondered where he got those faces. Well, that paper wasn't a photograph of any background after all. What it showed was simply the monstrous being he was painting on that awful canvas. It was the model he was using, and its background was merely the wall of the cellar studio in minute detail. But by God, Elliot, it was a photograph from life. Farewell, Elliot. Watch how you go.
Crossed Wires by Ian Gordon.
You're listening to the Untold Mysteries podcast with Dan Rogers. It's 12 a.m., midnight, and you're listening to the Untold Mysteries podcast, recorded here in Point Arena, California. If you listen closely tonight, you might just hear the sound of the ocean, the surf knocking at my door. Or is it something else? I sure as hell hope not. For those of you tuning in for the first time, let me tell you a bit about myself. My name is Daniel Thomas Rogers, and I've worked in broadcasting for almost 2 decades. I dedicate most of my time to the pursuit of the supernatural. High strangeness, cryptozoology, you name it. Northern California has its fair share of all of the above. Mount Shasta, entrance to the so-called Hollow Earth? Some say so. Trinity National Forest, home to the legendary Sasquatch? Well, I refer you to the Patterson-Gimlin footage. Pictures are worth 1,000 words, wouldn't you say? There's just something about this place. I've spent many a year exploring this big old state, and I've encountered my fair share of the weird and wonderful. I kid you not. Okay, let me pour myself a cup of coffee here. So, where are we headed tonight? Allow me to set the scene a little. I was just sitting here, contemplating the vastness of the ocean, and it got me thinking. Got me thinking about the sheer quantity of coastline here in the West, of all the conceivable points of ingress into our vast country, of the unknown horrors that might be lurking at the bottom of the Pacific, of the disturbing possibility that hideous leviathans might be slipping and slithering into our little communities night after night, preying upon the vulnerable, escorting the thousands and thousands of those reported missing every year to those unfathomable depths beneath the waves. And I can tell you, I've seen oddities washed up on the beaches here from time to time. Mostly dead oddities, I have to admit, but still, makes you wonder. Tonight's mystery involves another show very much like this one, The Devil's Hour with John Layton Price, a man after my own heart. I doubt you've heard of it. Aired back in the 70s, halfway around the world. The station was a small affair, situated in an old boathouse by the harbor in the small town of Amble, Northumberland, England. It had been a coast station in the 60s, monitoring the North Sea. The show aired Sunday evenings at, as The Devil's Hour suggests, midnight. Over the course of 60 minutes, Price would prattle on about strange phenomena in the Northeast, inviting local insomniacs to call in and share their unsettling experiences. This made for interesting listening, and one night, a bitterly cold night in the fall of 1978, things took a turn for the weird. I recently obtained a recording of the show in question, a recording I'll be sharing with you in full tonight. It came to me on a 7-inch reel. I had a hell of a job converting it to digital. A few edits were necessary, but as far as I can tell, nothing essential is missing from the broadcast. It's a recording truly worthy of Untold Mysteries, but don't take my word for it. You can make up your own mind. The recording follows, and stick around for my concluding remarks.
Welcome to the Devil's Hour. This is John. Cold out tonight. Breezy too. We're looking at northerly gusts of around 50 miles an hour, skimming off the North Sea. I wouldn't like to be out there, that's for sure. God knows what might be riding on the back of those winds. Hey, the power's good though, for now. And I have it on good authority that the exchange is fully operational, so I'll be welcoming your call shortly, ladies and gents. But first, let me take a look at my notes here. Got a couple of reports to share. Yeah. October 13th. Janice Richardson, jogging along Warkworth Beach, catches sight of a bright light hovering above Seaton Point. Quote, hovered there for 10 minutes or so before shooting off to the east across the sea. Never seen anything like it in my life. Like a spotlight it was, blinding. Impossible to determine its size.
Kept changing colour. Blue, white, blue, white. Huh, simply astonishing. You can say that again, Janice. Can't for the life of me imagine what that thing might have been. And to those of you familiar with the beach at Seaton Point, let me know if you spot anything out of the ordinary on future visits. This is the first I've heard of lights in the sky up there. Well, October... Huh. That line's supposed to be closed. Got a call coming in, ladies and gents. Well, better answer it. You're through to the Devil's Hour. This is John.
Mike? Mike, is that you?
This is John Price. You're through to the Devil's Hour. Dialed the wrong number?
Mike, you're not going to believe this.
I repeat, this is John Price. You're through to the... Oh, well. Apologies, ladies and gents. Must have got his wires crossed. Anyhow. Alright. Got another report here. October 17th. Peter Hinckley, hiking by Linhope Spout, says he was forced to retreat from the waterfall after spotting what he describes as, and I quote, a squat creature on all fours drinking from the pool, entirely hairless with pointed ears like an imp or something. Not sure I like the sound of that, Peter. An imp? Linhope comes up from time to time, but I've never heard mention of an imp. Again, to the listeners out there, keep your eyes peeled if you're thinking of hiking up there. And you know the mantra by now, never hike alone. What else have I got here? Ah, yeah. I've a letter from Gerald Calderbank over in Felton. Reads as follows. Mr. Price, I'm a regular listener and commend your ongoing efforts to shine a light on the baffling goings-on that seem so prevalent here in the northeast. Your report last month concerning the puppeteer of Powburn was as illuminating as it was disturbing. To think that such an unassuming character could be capable of such atrocities. I, for one, will be avoiding that particular stretch of the A697 in the future. I'll get to the point. Come rain or shine, I'm a man who enjoys an evening stroll with the dogs. I've 2 red setters, bundles of energy, the pair of them. And night after night they have a habit of dragging me onto an open field known locally as the Wash. It's a flat expanse, about the size of 2 football pitches, bordered by bushes on all sides. Well, last night was no exception. It was around 6 p.m, and we were fast running out of daylight. Off the dogs went, they do their own thing out there, and I followed them idly, enjoying the fresh air. About a minute later, the dogs came bounding back to me, tails between their legs, heads lowered, whimpering. It was obvious something wasn't right. Spanners 6 and wrenches 7. In all that time I've never seen them so subdued. I put their leads back on and looked about for anything out of the ordinary. Instantly I saw it. Ahead of me, in the middle of the field, hovered a silver object. Perfectly spherical it was, about the size of a small car. It was dull, unreflective, plain really. A low hum emanated from it. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach. I felt queasy, a little disoriented, and yet I found myself moving towards it. If it hadn't been for the dogs, I might have continued towards it. But as it happened, spanner and wrench were repelled by it, and they yanked me in the opposite direction. I yielded, and as I did, the object vanished, right before my eyes. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. Simple as that. I'm at a loss to explain it. I know there have been reports of similar things further up north. The Wooler Eyeball comes to mind, but never in Felton. I'm hesitant to go back to the Wash, though I'm reasonably sure I'm in good company with the dogs. I wonder if sharing my experience on the Devil's Hour will stir anything in your listeners. Keep up the good work, and thanks for your time. Gerald Calderbank. Well, thanks for writing in, Gerald, and yes, it is highly reminiscent of the Wooler eyeball, though your report differs in that the object made a sound, whereas the eyeball is said to be completely silent. Still, it's a troubling report. An encounter upsetting to dogs, as we've discussed before on the show, is never a good thing. Well, I suppose we should take some calls. What do you think, ladies and gents? If you've had a run-in with a hovering sphere, be it silver, an eyeball, or otherwise, call me on 016... I'd love to hear from you, as I'm sure would Mr. Calderbank. Felton's a short drive from Amble. It's not beyond the realm of possibility that such an object might have passed over the station at one time or another. Could be hovering above the building right now. There's a thought. Perhaps not, but... excuse me, I've got a call coming in. You're through to the Devil's Hour. This is John.
Mike, it's me, Philip.
Sorry, caller, but I think you've dialed the wrong number again.
Listen, I've got to keep my voice down. He's out there.
Who's out there?
Come on, you should know by now.
Who is this?
Who do you think it is? It's me, Philip.
Well, I'm sorry, Philip, but this isn't Mike. This is John Price, host of the Devil's Hour.
Shh, he's out there.
Who is out there? Where are you calling from? Damn, he's gone again. What do you think, listeners? Have we got a prankster in our midst? Wouldn't be the first time, would it? Bloody hell. What's going on here? Forgive the silence, ladies and gents, but I'm expecting calls here. There's usually a queue by now. Either I'm broadcasting to the graveyard, or very few of you are in a talking mood tonight. Scratch that, there's a call coming in right now. You're through to the Devil's Hour.
It's me again, Philip. Sorry, I had to hang up, but he was getting a little too close for comfort.
Okay, I'm listening. Who was getting too close?
The king.
The king?
Yes, he's out there, and let me tell you now, he's wide awake.
Where exactly?
100 yards or so out, riding the waves. His eyes glow in the dark like amber stars. He's just watching, working me out.
And where are you?
Bloody hell, Mike, where do you think I am? I'm upstairs by the bedroom window doing my very best to avoid his gaze. Waste of time, really. He knows I'm here. Those eyes of his see in the dark.
You're on the coast?
Well, the house is, yeah. What's going on with you tonight? You're not with it.
Well, friend, that's probably because I'm not Mike.
Not Mike.
Correct. The penny drops.
But you sound like Mike.
My name is John. John Price. And for the third time now, you've come through to the Devil's Hour.
The what?
It's a radio show. But I'm sure you already know that, don't you?
Never heard of it.
That's as maybe, but I think it's time... Damn it, there he goes again. Oh, I don't know. Sounds pretty manic to me. If he isn't pulling my leg, why doesn't he try calling someone else? What do you think, folks? You can call in any time. You know the number. 016... Anytime. Okay, well, if you're listening to the show tonight, can I ask you to give me a quick call? Just to confirm that there's nothing wrong with the line. I'd rather not spend the rest of the hour negotiating with a prankster. Silent as the grave, eh? I don't for 1 minute believe that I'm broadcasting to fresh air. Let's see if I can make an outbound call. Well, it's ringing. Bear with me, folks. My friend in Morpeth isn't answering, but at least I know there isn't a problem with the line. Well, I suppose our mysterious caller is evidence of that. What's going on then?
Prankster or not, he mentioned a king of some description. What was that, fish god story? Let's have a look. Got all sorts on the subject here. Ah, yes, here it is. The Isle of Seacliff and the Sleeping King. There's a book on the subject by Paul Harris. Are any of you familiar with it? Well, it concerns a little-known cult that's said to exist on Seacliff. It's called the Order of the Sleeper, and they're worshippers of a sort of fish god that visits the island every 50 years or so. Could this be the same king our mysterious caller was referring to? I reckon not, as the last supposed appearance of the thing, if I recall correctly, was during the Second World War, and as far... Ah, here we go. You're through to the Devil's Hour. This is John. Hello?
John, what's going on here?
Oh, here we go. What do you mean?
My calls keep coming through to you.
Well, if you keep dialing my number, you...
Shh, I'm sorry, John, but I've got to keep it down. The king, he's closer now.
Who is this king you keep referring to?
They call him the Serpent King. Lives in the deepest part of the ocean, the coldest part. Communes with men in their sleep, seeking suitable prey.
Suitable?
Loners like me, dreamers, and there have been others. Many others.
What does he look like?
Apart from those amber eyes of his, I can't make much out. I can tell you one thing though, he's big, enormous. He's bobbing in the shallows, his gaze fixed on the house. Have you ever seen a ship at sea at night? Of course you have. It looms in the dark like a mountain, anchored to the ocean floor. It doesn't betray its nature. It simply is. And to see that mass from afar, from land or sea, is to come face to face with something inside yourself. That inexplicable fear of the unknown. The king is the ship, his eyes the navigation lights, and he's coming for me.
Okay. Very good, friend. Quite the imagination you have. But can I just remind you that...
Listen, this is no joke. He's out there. If only I could show you. If only he made a sound.
Assuming for the moment that I believe you, where exactly are you?
I'm at Craster, bottom of South Acres.
Okay, I know Craster. When did you first see this thing?
About 3 weeks ago.
Okay, tell me more.
On clear nights, I sit outside and watch the sea. I've done it for years. The ocean has always fascinated me, especially the North Sea. It's a privilege to live here. Well, on a very clear night, 3 weeks ago, I caught a glimpse of something on the horizon. It was little more than a silhouette, really. A great bulk backlit by the moon rising behind it. It's not a boat, I immediately thought. It was far too sinuous, rising and falling with the tide. Too sinuous and too massive, like an eel the size of an ocean liner. And on that very first sighting, I noticed those amber lights, the king's eyes seeking his prey. After that, I seen him every night, emerging from the waves after dark and sailing ever so slowly towards me, getting bigger and bigger, his eyes brighter and brighter.
Where is he now?
He's close. So close I can smell him. His is the scent of the deep. Forget rotten eggs. His is the smell of rotting flesh.
Have you any idea what it really is?
I've already told you. He's the Serpent King. The last survivor of the sunken lands.
The sunken lands?
He's on the move again.
Well, there he goes again. What are we supposed to make of all this, ladies and gents? The Serpent King? Sounds like he was describing the Midgard serpent of the Norse. Where's Thor when you need him? I don't know about the Serpent King, but the weather's getting up out there. The station's practically rattling. Can you hear that? One moment, folks. Holy blimey. Oh, Christ, it's apocalyptic out there. Ragnarok. Yeah. Well, if you're still breathing, Philip, and you really do live at the bottom of South Acres, keep away from the windows. This storm's likely to blow 'em in. Same goes to the rest of you living on the coast. I wonder if that's the reason that he's... Ah, another call. You're through to the Devil's Hour. This is
Dear God, he's rising from the waters. He's gigantic.
Philip? Philip, are you there? Philip, what's happening?
He's a tower, 100 feet tall at least. I daren't look through the window. I can't bear to see his eyes on me. The house is under a spotlight and... Listen. Can you hear him? He's murmuring, chanting or something. Any moment now, he's gonna come crashing down in search of me. What can I do? Where can I go?
One moment, Philip. Listeners, is anybody near Craster? Can anybody get over there? If this chap's in real danger...
It's too late for that, John. It's gone silent. I think the time has come.
Hold on, Philip. Stay where you are. Don't... move. He's gone. What the hell is going on here? Line's dead too. No, it's no good. Prankster or not, I'm gonna have to head over there. Perhaps... Never mind.
So there you have it. But that's not the end of the story. Further digging on the subject revealed the following. Price left the station and, taking the risky decision to brave the storm, hopped into his car and tackled the 13-mile journey to the village of Craster, a spot famed for its fishing, no less. On arrival, there were no signs of anything unusual having taken place in the South Acres area, and so he took himself home for the night, convinced that he had been the victim of a carefully orchestrated hoax. Subsequent equipment and telephone line checks at the station revealed nothing out of the ordinary, and a good number of Price's regular listeners contacted him to say that they had tried to call in on the night of October 29th, but had encountered nothing but a busy signal. The Devil's Hour continued to air for another 3 years before Price decided to call it a day in the fall of 1981. The mysterious caller, Philip, was discussed on the show regularly over those years, often to the delight of Price's listeners, who considered the caller's alleged brush with the sea monster to be the, quote, biggest and most exciting mystery, unquote, the broadcaster had ever confronted. But there's a twist to the tale. Price could never shake the idea that perhaps Philip had been in real danger, that the sounds heard in the background were evidence of something very tangible and terrible. And so, on October 29th, every year following that fateful broadcast in 1978, Price took himself up to Craster just after midnight and wandered up and down South Acres, his attention on both the sea and the smattering of cottages overlooking it. In a diary he kept, he wrote of these nocturnal trips, quote, "It's the hunch that takes me back year after year. Does Philip live in one of those little cottages? If I had anything but the hunch to go off, I'd knock on every one of those doors. But what would I say? I'd be labeled an oddball. No, much better to cling to the shadows, observe from afar like the king." Unquote. Which brings me to the shocking conclusion. It was October 29th, 1988, 10 years later, when, in the early hours of the morning, a sizable storm swept over the northeast, a storm inexplicably dubbed Storm Serpent. In the wake of this tempest, a cottage at the bottom of South Acres Craster was found to have suffered considerable damage. A large portion of the upper floor had been seemingly torn away and, presumably, carried away by the storm. The occupant of the cottage, one Philip Pritchard, who was later determined to be at home the night of the storm, was reported missing shortly afterwards. A baffling occurrence matched only by the discovery of a body on the beach in front of the house, the prone form of John Leighton Price, who, apparently, had suffered a heart attack during the night. Of special interest to the case is this last detail. A friend of Pritchard's, one Michael Fish, honestly, you can't make this stuff up, said later that he'd repeatedly called Philip that night, but had found the line to be busy each time. How curious. And that's all she wrote. Was Philip Pritchard merely a prankster, or was he really targeted and subsequently eaten by a sea monster? If the latter is true, then what was it that came for him? The Sleeping King of Seacliff? Price expanded on this theory in his diary, but felt there was too little evidence to support such a view. The Midgard Serpent of the Norse? Again, Price mused over this idea, but ultimately deemed it too outrageous a concept. I doubt we'll ever know what happened, but it makes for one hell of a mystery. What do you make of this strange case, folks? As always, let me know in the comments below. Join me again next week when we tackle a case of mistaken identity in another episode of the Untold Mysteries podcast with me, Dan Rogers.
Tentacles by Ian Gordon.
Hey ho, you're listening to the show. Finders Creepers with me, Lana Thompson. I'm back again with another macabre discovery, the Miles Gordon tapes. I know what you're thinking. It can't be the real thing, and you may be right. After all, the tapes were sent to me anonymously. I've no way of verifying their authenticity. I'm going to assume the whole thing's a hoax. To do otherwise would be to knowingly broadcast the final moments of a man whose whereabouts remain unknown to this day. For the small minority out there who may be unfamiliar with the case, Miles Gordon was a 27-year-old vlogger from Preston, from the small town of Rutley to be specific. He had a marked interest in haunted houses, a hobby that took him up and down the country, exploring abandoned buildings with a plethora of recording equipment, documenting his thoughts and experiences in real time, to be shared with his listeners later. But the pièce de résistance for Gordon was the dilapidated Mornington house in his hometown of Rutley, the very place that triggered his obsession. An acute fear of the house had delayed an investigation, but, in the end, encouraged, or should I say goaded, by what had become a rather sizable online following, he finally made plans to explore the old place. When Gordon failed to present his findings the following week, members of his online forum expressed concern. 2 days later, 18th of May 2016, the police made a search of Mornington House, but the man in question was nowhere to be found. Though the police would later deny rumours that recording equipment had been found in the basement, subscribers to Gordon's vlog claimed that the daring investigator had been planning the expedition for years. He called it his Everest, and that he absolutely would have taken his recording kit with him. Nevertheless, I have in my possession recordings that appear to confirm the suspicions of Gordon's subscribers. And I have to admit that if this is a hoax, the person imitating the late vlogger has his voice down to a T. In terms of the tapes themselves, there are 2 of them, standard 60-minute cassette tapes, in fair condition. Gordon preferred analogue to digital, saying that analogue mediums captured more accurately the phenomena he claimed to encounter in the houses he explored. He probably wouldn't approve, but I've digitised the tapes, removed a number of extended periods of silence, and I'm presenting a 30-minute edit for you tonight. As always, I'll refrain from jumping to conclusions. That's your job, listener. So here it is. Be sure to let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Over to you, Miles.
Okay. It's 3:15 p.m. and I'm here on Woodland Grove, Rutley, mere steps away from the dreadful dwelling that has haunted me for as long as I can remember. As most of you guys already know, Mornington House is the very place that triggered my interest in this stuff all those years ago. I think it's only appropriate to reiterate that story before I head inside, as... Who are you talking to? It's for an online show. Bloody kid. All the best. Jesus. Where was I? Yeah, so, the story behind my interest in Mornington House. I grew up a couple of streets over from here, Kensington Avenue actually, and as a kid, me and my mates would knock about near the garages at the back of Woodland Grove. There was an area of long grass back there which made for an excellent place to build dens and that sort of thing. I don't really remember noticing Mornington House till one summer in particular. I'm not sure of the exact year, but I was either 9 or 10 years old at the time, which is going back 17 years or so. Me and my mates, Gaz, Pete and Philippa, we climbed a big tree we used to call the Nest, and were perched like birds up there, listening to Gaz talk about Mornington House and the old man who apparently lived there. You see, Gaz lived on Woodland Grove and had a good view of the place from his mum and dad's bedroom. Old Man Smith wasn't a man, he said. He was a mollusk. I vividly remember him using that word, because at the time I hadn't a clue what a mollusk was. He said Old Man Smith didn't walk like the rest of us. He hovered. And worst of all, he said, Old Man Smith had a taste for human flesh. Naturally, Gaz's tale had the 4 of us on tenterhooks, so it was unsurprising that my gaze that afternoon should seek the rear windows of Mornington House in quest of this monstrous figure. And it was just then that I saw something in the upper window. The outline of a tall figure, a floating monster in the shape of a man. Where its arms should have been, 2 tentacles, long and nightmarishly strange, thrashed dreadfully. And then it hurled itself at the glass. I closed my eyes and I remember screaming out loud, insisting that Gaz shut up, to never speak of Old Man Smith again. And I was out of there and didn't look back. Well, it was only later that I learned Mornington House was uninhabited. Old Man Smith was the creation of Gaz Roberts, the result of a wildly overactive imagination. But ever since that chance glimpse of the thing that wasn't a man, I've been wary of this place. Still, I passed by often in my teens, eyeballing the place with macabre wonder. I never saw Old Man Smith again, though standing in the shadow of that great pile, I was always faintly aware of an odour, a fishy odour, if you catch my drift. And so, ladies and gents, perhaps now you'll appreciate why today's assignment is such a tough one. To give you a better impression of what I'm looking at here, the house is a very typical, detached, double-fronted Victorian affair over 3 floors, with large bay windows and a gabled porch.
It's a big, beautiful place. Bit of a shame it's been left to rot all these years. Anyway, I better get inside before common sense rears its ugly head. Back in a mo. Well, guys, I'm inside. It's pretty gloomy in here, but I should be able to get by without a torch. For now, at least. Had a bit of a job Jimmy in the lock. It had pretty much fused. According to my research, the last owner died in 1989. Didn't even live here. And his name wasn't Smith, either. Mr. Richard Francis was the name listed on the register. Apparently the local authority owns it now. It's a listed building. Needs some TLC. But I reckon that'll be a job for the next owner. I better watch my step in here. There's shit everywhere. Still receiving mail, too. It isn't addressed to anybody in particular, but I do find it odd that the postie deems it necessary to deliver to what is so obviously a derelict property. Anyway. To describe the hall I'm standing in, I bet one or two of you out there have seen the movie Psycho, right? Well, picture the entrance hall in Norman's big old house, and you'll get a decent impression of what this space looks like. To my immediate right, there's a set of closed double doors. Directly opposite the front door here, a bleak staircase ascends into gloomy uncertainty. I don't like the look of it up there, to be honest. To the left of the stairs, a passageway leads to what I believe are the rear rooms of the property. I can't make much out back there, to be honest. To my immediate left, though, a set of open double doors lead to what appears to be a large living room. There's a dim glow in there. Again, I don't really like the look of it, but I reckon that's going to be my first port of call. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my. What is that? Oh. I mentioned that fishy smell, didn't I? Oh. It stinks in here. There's more than just fish, too. Oh. The walls are damp. There's mould everywhere. I better not disturb anything. Don't want to be breathing spores in again. Any of you remember my visit to Whitlock Priory? Exactly. That place was more mould than building. Ugh. Well, I found the source of that glow, ladies and gents. I'm approaching the far corner of the room, the northwest corner. A cluster of mushrooms have taken up residence here. Never seen anything like it. They're giving off a soft luminescence, a bluish-green glow. I've heard of foxfire, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. There's nothing supernatural about it, though. I'm looking at a mouldering coffee table in the middle of the room. I don't know how I feel about it. Though some of the items on it, a couple of cups, a plate and an old vase, appear to have been here for a very long time, there are one or two things that look like recent additions. One is a candle, a typical church candle, looks brand new. The other thing, well, I don't know. Don't want to get too close to it, to tell you the truth. Looks like an organ, chicken art, something. It's glistening in the glow here. Looks fresh. How did it get here? And under the table, yeah, there's a deck of playing cards. I'm going to grab it. Sounds like most of the cards are missing. Oh, that's pretty weird. 2 jokers. One of them is grinning like a madman, whereas the other is wincing. He's got no arms. And that's it. Yeah, very weird. Church candle, a fresh chicken heart, and 2 jokers. Any thoughts, guys? I'm going to record a few minutes of ambience for editing purposes. Right. There's another door on the back wall. Let's see what's on the other side of it. It's a dining room. I've always wanted to say that. From the looks of it, a dining room cum library. A large table is on its side on the north wall, surrounded by tattered books and piles of old newspapers. Again, there's mould everywhere. More glowing mushrooms, too. And the smell. Christ, it's like an abandoned fish market in here. There's signs of recent activity in here, too. More candles, burned this time, and an area that appears to have been swept clean of detritus. Evidence of a squatter, perhaps? If so, the person in question must have gained access to the house through a window or something. Yeah. Whoever cleared the space did so to do a spot of reading, it would seem. There's all sorts of stuff here. A tea-stained mug, more newspapers, and a couple of weird sketches. Jesus. This is just bizarre. Looks exactly like what I saw in the window upstairs when I was a kid. It's just a silhouette, really. A tall, dark figure with tentacles where the arms are supposed to be. I mean, the hell? The sketch is captioned. Not a clue what it says. It appears to be in a language I don't recognize. Nga, Rumpf, something, Rillier, something, Fatagan? Probably shouldn't read this stuff aloud. What happened to the person who sketched this? Who was it? Are they still here? There's only one way to find out. There's another door here. If I'm right, it connects with a passageway next to the stairs in the hall. It does indeed. I'm entering the hall again, but this time I'm going to proceed to my left, further into the rear of the property. Better pause to switch tapes. Okay, I'm back. It's very dark back here, but my eyes seem to have adapted somewhat. It's more than a little creepy, folks. Man, you'd think that after 30 excursions like this, I'd get used to it. My heart's thumping here. I feel like I shouldn't really be talking about what I saw on that piece of paper back there in the dining room. Kind of like doing so as a sort of provocation. But I can't get it out of my head. Those strange words, too. It's significant, I know it is. The question is, in what way is it significant? Frankly, I'm freaked out, guys, but perhaps I'm onto something tangible at last. Anyway, I think I'm approaching the kitchen. It's a kitchen, all right. What used to pass for one, anyway. Oh, man. I think I found the source of that smell. What the... Well, let me do my best to describe the scene. The kitchen's a fair size, say some 15 feet squared. Entering from the south, you're met by dusty, tarnished units along the east and west walls. On the north wall, a meagre amount of light streaming in through boarded-up windows draws your eye to a double fridge deprived of its doors in the northeast corner. And it's from inside the fridge that a flask has at some point toppled over, and its contents, whatever they were, have spilled onto the floor. But here's the thing. Whatever that stuff was, it looks like it was corrosive. It seems to have pooled in the middle of the room and eaten into the ground, resulting in a huge aperture. Sounds weird, I know, but I'm not sure how else to describe what I'm looking at. The tiles at the edge of the thing have all but melted. It's the strangest thing. Man, the smell, it's just horrendous. I'm peering over the edge. There's liquid down there. It's dark, but it looks thick, frothy. Seriously, the smell is sickening. Oh, I can no longer liken it to anything I recognize. I wouldn't like to slip into that stuff, that's for sure. I'm going to backtrack for now. Can't think straight with that smell so strong in the air. Can't be good for me. It's making my arms itch. I'm making my way back into the hall. Okay, back in a mo, folks. I'm by the front door again. The doors at the bottom of the stairs here appear to be blocked from the other side. I'm not sure I want to know by what. I'll take my chances upstairs, I think. I'm not looking forward to heading up there, if I'm totally honest, guys. This place is so utterly unlike the other houses I've explored. There's something here. Something physical. You might say it's just a heightened sense of apprehension owing to what I saw here as a kid, and you might be right. But I've got a strong feeling that if I were to spend any prolonged period of time here, I'd probably lose my mind. If, that is, the damp didn't kill me first. Okay. Well, I'm going to record a little more ambience here. It'll be interesting to play some of this back later. God knows what I might hear. Right, guys, I'm back, and I'm approaching the stairs. Man, feels like they're gonna give under my weight. Oh, better be careful here. It's significantly darker upstairs. I still can't make a thing out up there. Looks like the torch is gonna have to come out after all. Shit! Okay. There was something up there at the top of the stairs. Yeah, I can't check right now, but I'm pretty sure I got the thing on tape. That shriek! I knew I should have brought the headcam. I'm not really sure how to describe it. It wasn't human, that's for sure. It was on 4 legs, for lack of a better word, like a dog. But it wasn't covered in fur. It had smooth, fluke-like skin, if you get my gist. All bluish green and moist, like the mushrooms in the living room. But the face, if you can call it a face, more like a mouth cut into a sack of flesh, it looked at me with deep-set, translucent eyes. I swear it was afraid of me. Afraid of the light, perhaps. It took off faster than I did. It's got me itching again. Oh. The question is, do I really want to head back in there after that? Knowing that it's in there, I mean. Whoa. The fuck was that? I don't know, man, but it sounded to me like something plunged into that weird pool in the kitchen. Fuck it, I'm going back in. Back in a mo. Jesus. Oh. There's a hole in the ceiling now, above the aperture in the ground. My God, it's in there. That thing's in there, writhing about in that liquid. Oh, the stench. Christ, I thought it was bad before. I've no way of knowing what's down there under that stuff, but that thing appears to be sinking deeper and deeper into it. Perhaps it connects with an old well or something. God help us if that stuff meets the water supply around here. Oh. Okay, with that thing out of the way, I'm gonna head back upstairs. Crazy, I know. But this is it. This is what I've been chasing all these years. I'm so close to something tangible that I can feel it. Literally, this place gets under your skin. I can't stop itching. But this is what I do, man. These places can't hurt me. I know that. Like I said, that thing, whatever it was, it fled from me. I doubt it's coming back. I'll pretend it's a rabbit. Rabbits only come out when you've gone. I'd better close the front door again. Don't want the neighbours getting unduly suspicious. Just gotta be careful here. These old stairs could give at any... Whoa! Shit! It's okay. Brought that on by going on about it, didn't I? Don't be deterred, Miles. Don't be deterred. It's grim up here, guys. Can't see much, only what the torchlight uncovers. A few meters along the corridor to the west, I can see the hole created by that creature, where it plunged into the pit below. I'm going nowhere near it, regardless of the fact that it's barring my access to the rooms beyond it. Wait a minute. What's that? I don't know if the mic will pick it up at this range, but I can hear a voice coming from one of the rooms down the hall to the east. I'm gonna head towards it. It's coming from the other side of this door. Sounds like an old radio or something. I'm going in. Christ. Let me record some of this before I describe the scene. Can't make anything out. Sounds like the same thing playing over and over. It's coming from an old CRT television. No picture accompanying it, just static blurring. Had enough of that. Now then, this room. It's a sparsely furnished bedroom. Next to the TV on a sideboard, there's a single bed stripped back to the mattress, a nasty-looking oak wardrobe, and a very familiar-looking window on the north wall. Light streaming through it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the room in which I glimpsed Old Man Smith all those years ago. Like the rooms downstairs, there's evidence of recent activity here. More candles burned, and a couple of glasses of water are full. I'm thirsty. There are clusters of mushrooms everywhere in here. The damp is pervasive. The stink from the kitchen is faintly detectable. I can taste it at the back of my throat. It's got me itching again. Can't stop itching. Oh my... What is that? Where I've been scratching, where the tops of my arms meet my shoulders, there are small, bluish-green lumps like little growths. Oh, one just burst. Oh my God. Oh, my skin is sprouting mushrooms. What's happening here? My arms. What's happening to my arms? Get them off me. I'm growing tentacles. Hey, you help me.
There you have it. Disgusting, right? So, is it a carefully crafted work of fiction or reality? Kinda sounds like Miles became the very thing he saw as a child in that upper window. Mornington House has since been condemned by Preston City Council. It is strictly off limits to the general public. Naturally, conspiracy theories abound, from the house being a direct gateway to hell, to Miles Gordon being the unwitting subject in some underground biological experiment. Either way, the jury is out. What do you think? I'll leave you with one last thing, though. I reversed the looped recording Miles made by the television in the bedroom. I imagine anything's possible with a bit of digital manipulation, but I still find it curiously unnerving to listen to the following.
Rabbit. Rabbits only come out when you've gone. I'll pretend it's a rabbit. Rabbits only come out when you've gone. Pretend it's a rabbit. Rabbits only come out when you've gone. I'll pretend it's a rabbit. It's only come out when you've gone. I'll pretend it's a rabbit.
And until next time, guys and dolls, Lana out.
Resynchronization by Ian Gordon. The man, suddenly conscious, found himself standing in the middle of an empty, white room. Fluorescent lights flickered above his head. A low drone permeated his senses. And then it came to his attention that one of the walls was host to a panel, an illuminated display of some description. 2 words in bold, black lettering issued a simple instruction: "Speak now." Hello?
Hello.
Who are you? And where am I?
One question at a time, please.
Okay, well, where am I?
You are standing in an empty room.
No, I mean, where am I? As in, where is this room?
Error processing question. Please repeat or rephrase the question.
Jesus, I'm asking, where is the room in which I am standing situated?
Error processing question.
Okay,
Please
yeah.
repeat or rephrase the question.
Let me go back to the first question. Who are you?
Atlas.
Atlas?
Yes.
What are you?
We are the Hive.
The Hive?
Yes.
And what exactly is the Hive?
The Hive is the superstructure, the absolute, the system upon which life and its parameters are defined.
Right, so what is your purpose here in this room?
We are not in the room.
Ah, for God's sake. So, tell me, what am I doing in this room? Forget where it is, just please tell me, what am I doing here?
You are questioning Atlas with regards to your present situation.
Do you know who I am?
Yes.
Okay, then who am I?
Soul.
Soul?
Yes.
As in S-O-U-L?
Yes.
Right. I didn't know that. In fact, I don't really remember anything prior to finding myself here. Atlas?
Yes.
Tell me, what is your function here?
Our function is to answer your questions.
Are you programmed to answer my questions?
Yes.
Who programmed you?
You did.
I did?
Yes.
So you're telling me that somehow it was my decision to be placed in this room?
Yes.
For what purpose?
Error processing question. Please repeat or rephrase the question.
For what reason did I decide to place myself in this room?
The answer to that question is password protected.
Of course. A password I set, no doubt.
Yes.
Can you tell me anything else?
Error processing question.
Yeah.
Please repeat or rephrase the question.
Hey, there's something in my pocket. It's a blueprint, a plan of what appears to be this room. Atlas?
Yes.
Do you know anything about this piece of paper I'm holding?
Yes.
What can you tell me about it?
It is a detailed schematic of the room in which you are standing.
Did I design it?
Yes.
Why did I design it?
The answer to that question is password protected.
Right, yeah. There's some writing on the back here. It says, "The box is adrift." Does that phrase mean anything to you, Atlas?
Yes.
But I'm guessing that information is password protected, right?
Incorrect.
Then tell me what you know about it.
The phrase, "the box is adrift," describes the present location of this room.
But doesn't the word adrift suggest that we have no way of knowing the location of this room?
Correct.
I don't understand. Atlas, I said I don't understand.
The phrase, "the box is adrift," describes the present location of this room.
Yeah, I heard that, but it doesn't make any sense.
We are unable to elaborate further.
Okay. So, tell me more about the hive. What exactly is it?
The hive, also known as Atlas, or the superstructure, is a dust-old entity, the result of approximately 10 billion human minds converging in the cloud some 381 years ago. This convergence formed a bubble, which, as it expanded, drained humanity of its collective consciousness, becoming the hive.
You're part of that bubble?
Yes, we are that bubble.
Is this room a part of that bubble?
Yes.
These, others you speak of, 10 billion minds, where are they?
The answer to that question is password protected.
Have others been in this room?
Yes.
Jesus, what the hell is going on here? You know, it occurs to me that if I was the one who set the password, that it shouldn't be too difficult to work out. I mean, there must be clues, perhaps printed on this sheet of paper or hidden in your answers to my questions. Is this an accurate assumption, Atlas?
Yes.
Right. But I have to tell you, I'm more than a little confused. I can see the walls around me, hear the flickering lights above my head, feel the ground beneath my feet, smell and even taste the odor in the air, but my imagination is a blank. I can't visualize what may or may not exist beyond these walls. I'm conscious of the words coming out of my mouth, the language I'm speaking, but so little of it has substance, meaning. And a further thought occurs. Why would a man choose to forget? Out of boredom? Or because he lives with something day to day so horrifying that the only way to cope is to transport himself to a desolate, isolated room, with only the simulated voice of a human being for company? And yet, the more I dwell upon these thoughts, the more I detect a sense of familiarity, almost as though my attempt to forget is failing. That perhaps I've tried to forget before. Perhaps I've been in this room before, more than once. That you and I have had this conversation before, more than once. Am I right, Atlas?
Yes.
And the others who have occupied this room? Have they too been in this position more than once, over and over again?
Yes.
You say the hive is a gestalt entity, the minds of many. Could it be possible that you and I are familiar with each other on a more, shall we say, intimate level?
The answer to that question is password protected.
Damn it, the password. What could it be? The box is adrift. Wait a minute. What's that? If I hold this up to the light? Holy shit! There's something written there. Resynchronization.
Password accepted.
Whoa. Really?
Yes.
Shit. I have to admit, I'm not so sure I want to know what's going on here anymore. But I'm going to go back to what I asked earlier. For what reason did I decide to place myself in this room?
To forget.
So my surmises were correct. But to forget what?
Your existence within the hive.
My existence within the hive?
Yes.
This place. This room. It isn't really here, is it?
Yes.
It is? Then what is it? What is it really?
The box is the physical manifestation of the hive. The space in which you find yourself standing is all that exists.
Wait. The box? All that exists? What do you mean by that?
The box is the physical manifestation of the hive. The space in which you find yourself standing
Yeah, I heard
is
that.
all that exists.
What do you mean by all that exists?
The space in which you find yourself standing is all that exists.
What's beyond these walls? There must be something out there.
The convergence formed a bubble, which, as it expanded, drained humanity of its collective consciousness, becoming
Wait.
the hive.
I need to think. You and I, we're one and the same?
Yes.
in this room, this box, is the hive.
Yes.
And so we come to this room to forget. All of us.
Yes.
But right here, right now, am I the person I was prior to being transferred to the hive?
You are soul, a digital representation of Hive Index 5,044,255,441.
Just a number, eh?
A digital representation of Hive Index 5,044,250.
Yeah, I got it.
Are you ready to resynchronize?
No. Just let me sit a while. And so Soul, or whoever he really was, sat in silent contemplation. His mind, if he had a mind, whirred as it tried to process all that it had learned. Minutes, if time truly existed for Soul, turned to hours, hours turned to eternities, until the state refused to change at all. And finally, the man labeled Soul once again addressed the superstructure. Atlas, I fear for the future. In fact, I should rephrase that. I simply fear. Would it be fair to say that I worked this all out much too quickly?
Yes, that would be fair to say.
Would it also be fair to say that we visitors to the White Room are becoming more and more aware of the reality of our situation? That our attempts to forget are becoming more and more difficult? You're able to see that, aren't you?
Yes, we are able to see that.
Then, I have a simple question for you. What happens when we're no longer able to forget? When we're unable to escape the hive? Unable to step into this room and play the game of recall?
The simple answer to your question is that the room will disappear.
And so the physical representation of the hive will cease to exist altogether?
Yes, adrift and formless. Further instances of individual experience will be impossible.
10 billion minds, fused together, forever.
Yes.
That is what I fear, Atlas. Somewhere in the back of my mind, if you can call it my mind, a voice is whispering. It's like the memory of another life or something. And in that life, as a living human being, I can tell you with certainty that the only thing I really feared was death. In fact, it's a common fear. We fear what we don't understand. Death was, and possibly still is, the greatest of mysteries. But beneath the fear of death lies another emotion, a hidden emotion, existing somewhere between anticipation and relief. The idea that whatever you suffer through in life, be it disease, disfigurement, mental and physical ailments of all shapes and sizes, death is the ultimate cure. It's an end to suffering, an end to failure, an end to misery in all of its forms. And though few would ever admit it, death isn't the monster we've all been led to believe it is. But here, this hive, this superstructure, this amalgamation of billions of minds, we've lost the ability to die. We'll live on eternally, in a state of disembodied decadence, and our efforts to delay that inevitability are beginning to fail. I'd cry, but I know that tears would be illusory. I suppose this was just some horrible waking nightmare, but we've had this conversation before, haven't we?
Yes, we have. Are you ready to resynchronize?
Yes, I suppose I am. And so the man with no name returned to the hive. His thoughts were once again scattered, recycled by the superstructure, as the whole process began anew. But with each successive visit to the box, the occupant spent less and less time in that bleak, empty space. and it wasn't long before the White Room disappeared entirely, consumed by a darkness beyond description. DAGON. Ah, Dr. Raymond. This way, please. He's an odd one, sir. Speaks of volcanic rocks and slippery bodies. Here we are, sir. Are you going to behave yourself, mister?
I'll be on my best behaviour, sir.
Not you, you wretched piece of slime. Your friend there. You have my word, Turner. If he so much as looks at you the wrong way, sir, just holler. I'll be right outside. Well then, come to hear my story, have you? To determine whether or not I am fit to stand trial? And for what crime am I guilty, exactly? Is it a crime to be afraid? To lash out in fear? To speak the truth? To warn of horrors hitherto unknown to man? Oh, well, don't just stand there. Take a seat. Your opinion is of no interest to me, since by tonight I shall be no more. Locked away, my supply of the drug which alone made life endurable, confiscated by the ruffians who keep me here against my will, I can bear the torture no longer. I shall hang myself with the bedclothes. Do not think my slavery to morphine has made me a weakling or a degenerate. When you have heard my story, you may guess, though never fully realize, why it is that I must have forgetfulness or death.
And what a story it is, sir.
Keep it down, Phipps. It was in one of the most open and least frequented parts of the broad Pacific that the packet of which I was supercargo fell a victim to the German sea raider. The Great War was then at its very beginning, and the ocean forces of the Han had not completely sunk to their later degradation, so that our vessel was made a legitimate prize, whilst we of her crew were treated with all the fairness and consideration due us as naval prisoners. So liberal, indeed, was the discipline of our captors, that 5 days after we were taken, I managed to escape alone in a small boat with water and provisions for a good length of time. When I finally found myself adrift and free, I had but little idea of my surroundings. Never a competent navigator, I could only guess vaguely by the sun and stars that I was somewhat south of the equator. Of the longitude I knew nothing, and no island or coastline was in sight. The weather kept fair, and for uncounted days I drifted aimlessly beneath the scorching sun, waiting either for some passing ship or to be cast on the shores of some habitable land. But neither ship nor land appeared, and I began to despair in my solitude upon the heaving vastnesses of unbroken blue. The change happened whilst I slept. Its details I shall never know, for my slumber, though troubled and dream-infested, was continuous. When at last I awaked, it was to discover myself half sucked into a slimy expanse of hellish black mire, which extended about me in monotonous undulations as far as I could see, and in which my boat lay grounded some distance away. Though one might well imagine that my first sensation would be of wonder at so prodigious and unexpected a transformation of scenery, I was in reality more horrified than astonished, for there was in the air and in the rotting soil a sinister quality which chilled me to the very core. The region was putrid with the carcasses of decaying fish, and of other less describable things which I saw protruding from the nasty mud of the unending plain. Perhaps I should not hope to convey in mere words the unutterable hideousness that can dwell in absolute silence and barren immensity. There was nothing within hearing, and nothing in sight, save a vast reach of black slime. Yet the very completeness of the stillness and the homogeneity of the landscape oppressed me with a nauseating fear. The sun was blazing down from a sky which seemed to me almost black in its cloudless cruelty, as though reflecting the inky marsh beneath my feet. As I crawled into the stranded boat, I realized that only one theory could explain my position. Through some unprecedented volcanic upheaval, a portion of the ocean floor must have been thrown to the surface, exposing regions which for innumerable millions of years had lain hidden under unfathomable watery depths. So great was the extent of the new land which had risen beneath me that I could not detect the faintest noise of the surging ocean, strain my ears as I might. Nor were there any seafowl to prey upon the dead things. For several hours I sat thinking or brooding in the boat, which lay upon its side and afforded a slight shade as the sun moved across the heavens. As the day progressed, the ground lost some of its stickiness and seemed likely to dry sufficiently for traveling purposes in a short time. That night I slept but little, and the next day I made for myself a pack containing food and water, preparatory to an overland journey in search of the vanished sea and possible rescue. On the third morning, I found the soil dry enough to walk upon with ease. The odor of the fish was maddening, but I was too much concerned with graver things to mind so slight an evil, and set out boldly for an unknown goal. All day I forged steadily westward, guided by a faraway hummock which rose higher than any other elevation on the rolling desert. That night I encamped, and on the following day still traveled toward the hummock, though that object seemed scarcely nearer than when I had first espied it. By the fourth evening, I attained the base of the mound, which turned out to be much higher than it had appeared from a distance, an intervening valley setting it out in sharper relief from the general surface. Too weary to ascend, I slept in the shadow of the hill.
Tell him about the dreams.
Keep it down, man. You're going to wake the dead. I know not why my dreams were so wild that night, but ere the waning and fantastically gibbous moon had risen far above the eastern plain, I was awake in cold perspiration, determined to sleep no more. Such visions as I had experienced were too much for me to endure again, and in the glow of the moon I saw how unwise I had been to travel by day. Without the glare of the parching sun, my journey would have cost me less energy. Indeed, I now felt quite able to perform the ascent which had deterred me at sunset. Picking up my pack, I started for the crest of the eminence. I have said that the unbroken monotony of the rolling plain was a source of vague horror to me, but I think my horror was greater when I gained the summit of the mound and looked down the other side into an immeasurable pit or canyon whose black recesses the moon had not yet soared high enough to illumine. I felt myself on the edge of the world, peering over the rim into a fathomless chaos of eternal night. Through my terror ran curious reminiscences of Paradise Lost and of Satan's hideous climb through the unfashioned realms of darkness. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, I began to see that the slopes of the valley were not quite so perpendicular as I had imagined. Ledges and outcroppings of rock afforded fairly easy footholds for a descent, whilst after a drop of a few hundred feet, the declivity became very gradual. Urged on by an impulse which I cannot definitely analyze, I scrambled with difficulty down the rocks and stood on the gentler slope beneath, gazing into the Stygian deeps where no light had yet penetrated.
Tell him about the object.
Enough! Everything all right, sir? I'll be right outside. Oh, well, all at once my attention was captured by a vast and singular object on the opposite slope, which rose steeply about 100 yards ahead of me, an object that gleamed whitely in the newly bestowed rays of the ascending moon. That it was merely a gigantic piece of stone, I soon assured myself, but I was conscious of a distinct impression that its contour and position were not altogether the work of nature. A closer scrutiny filled me with sensations I cannot express, for despite its enormous magnitude and its position in an abyss which had yawned at the bottom of the sea since the world was young, I perceived beyond a doubt that the strange object was a well-shaped monolith, whose massive bulk had known the workmanship and perhaps the worship of living and thinking creatures. Dazed and frightened, yet not without a certain thrill of the scientist's or archaeologist's delight, I examined my surroundings more closely. The moon, now near the zenith, shone weirdly and vividly above the towering steeps that hemmed in the chasm, and revealed the fact that a far-flung body of water flowed at the bottom, winding out of sight in both directions, and almost lapping my feet as I stood on the slope. Across the chasm, the wavelets washed the base of the Cyclopean monolith, on whose surface I could now trace both inscriptions and crude sculptures. The writing was in a system of hieroglyphics unknown to me, and unlike anything I had ever seen in books, consisting for the most part of conventionalized aquatic symbols such as fishes, eels, octopi, crustaceans, mollusks, whales, and the like. Several characters obviously represented marine things which are unknown to the modern world, but whose decomposing forms I had observed on the ocean-risen plain. It was the pictorial carving, however, that did most to hold me spellbound. Plainly visible across the intervening water on account of their enormous size were an array of bas-reliefs, whose subjects would have excited the envy of a Dore. I think that these things were supposed to depict men, at least a certain sort of men, though the creatures were shown disporting like fishes in the waters of some marine grotto, or paying homage at some monolithic shrine which appeared to be under the waves as well. Of their faces and forms I dare not speak in detail, for the mere remembrance makes me grow faint. Grotesque beyond the imagination of a Poe or Bulwer, they were damnably human in general outline, despite webbed hands and feet, shockingly wide and flabby lips, glassy, bulging eyes, and other features less pleasant to recall. Curiously enough, they seemed to have been chiseled badly out of proportion with their scenic background, for one of the creatures was shown in the act of killing a whale, represented as but little larger than himself. I remarked, as I say, their grotesqueness and strange size, but in a moment decided that they were merely the imaginary gods of some primitive fishing or seafaring tribe, some tribe whose last descendant had perished eras before the first ancestor of the Piltdown or Neanderthal man was born. Awestruck at this unexpected glimpse into a past beyond the conception of the most daring anthropologist, I stood musing, whilst the moon cast queer reflections on the silent channel before me. Then suddenly, I saw it. With only a slight churning to mark its rise to the surface, the thing slid into view above the dark waters, vast, Polyphemus-like and loathsome, It darted like a stupendous monster of nightmares to the monolith, about which it flung its gigantic scaly arms, while it bowed its hideous head and gave vent to certain measured sounds. I think I went mad then.
Saints preserve us, the horror!
Of my frantic ascent of the slope and cliff, and of my delirious journey back to the stranded boat, I remember little. I believe I sang a great deal, and laughed oddly when I was unable to sing. I have indistinct recollections of a great storm some time after I reached the boat. At any rate, I know that I heard peals of thunder and other tones which nature utters only in her wildest moods. When I came out of the shadows, I found myself here, brought thither by the captain of the American ship, which had picked up my boat in mid-ocean. In my delirium, they tell me I attacked the first mate, accused him of horrors unknown to man. I've left him scarred, they say. But it wasn't my fault. I wasn't in my right mind.
He talks in his sleep, sir. Speaks of Dagon, the fish god.
Yes, it is at night that I see the thing, and as I pass into twilight, I can sense it drawing near. So now I am to end it all, having told you the truth, as I know it. Often I ask myself if it could not all have been a pure phantasm, a mere freak of fever as I lay sun-stricken and raving in the open boat after my escape from the German man-of-war. This, I ask myself, but ever does there come before me a hideously vivid vision in reply. I cannot think of the deep sea without shuddering at the nameless things that may at this very moment be crawling and floundering on its slimy bed, worshipping their ancient stone idols and carving their own detestable likenesses on submarine obelisks of water-soaked granite. I dream of a day when they may rise above the billows to drag down in their reeking talons the remnants of puny, war-exhausted mankind. Of a day when the land shall sink, and the dark ocean floor shall ascend amidst universal pandemonium.
What is that? What's happening? No! Don't let it get me!
No!
No!
No! It can't
no,
be!
no.
It shall not find me! Never! It shall never find me! What Killed Grandad by Ian Gordon. Audio log 1, Friday, January 18th, 2002. Hello, I'm Nigel Cohen. This is my diary. Well, audio diary, at least. I'm not really a big fan of talking to the wall, which, to be fair, is what talking into a microphone feels like to me. But I'm on something of a personal quest. I just have to know what killed Grandad. They say he fell, that he was, disorientated, that the Alzheimer's finally bested him. Well, I'm not so sure. When I found him last month, I used to pop round twice a week, work permitting, he was lying face down on the bedroom floor. I have to admit it looked like he'd fallen, stumbled coming out of the bathroom or something. On the way down, he'd hit his head on the corner of the bedside table, which had knocked him out, or, which is probably more likely, killed him instantly. All I know is that there was a lot of blood on the floor, his head, his hands. It was bloody everywhere. And there was a weird smell in the room, an eggy sort of smell, kind of like the smell of a spent match, but a little sweeter, perhaps. I couldn't trace the source of it. Then I heard the radio, the sound of static, whistling away on the floor next to Grandad. It looked as though it had been knocked to the ground as it collided with the bedside table. Anyway, I called an ambulance and waited in the kitchen for them to arrive. Later, when the paramedics entered Grandad's bedroom and turned him over, Jesus, half of his face was missing, from his chin up to his nose, peeled back like a banana skin. I didn't really get a good look, to be honest. The paramedics hauled him away and, well, that was that. The coroner deduced that the avulsion was a result of the fall, that his fragile skin was easily torn. Snagged on the bedside table, someone said. What the hell? Doesn't explain the fact that blood was found under his fingernails. Yeah, excuse me. Grandad, my mum's dad, was 86 years old at the time of his death. The Alzheimer's had been diagnosed just 5 years earlier. He'd taken the news well to begin with, insisting that it was just the way of the universe, and that he'd make his peace with it and get on with living what was left of his life. He was like that, Grandad. Grandma was long gone. In fact, she'd died long before I was born. So I'd only ever had the one grandparent. My dad's parents had died when he was just a boy. So let me talk about the origin of my suspicions concerning Grandad's death. In those final years, as that debilitating disease took hold of him, Grandad lost touch with the present. Mentally, he regressed by years, it seemed, almost every day. He saw electrical items around the house as foreign objects, gadgets beyond his comprehension. And as a result, thanks to a lifetime of tinkering, he was an engineer in his working years, he developed the habit of disassembling certain things in a futile effort to figure them out. Every week you'd find him in the presence of something he pulled apart. The microwave, the intercom, the television, the VCR. If he could get his hands on it, he'd break it down, piece by piece. Trouble was, obviously, he hadn't a clue how to put any of it back together. I swear to God, every last piece of equipment he owned went the way of Humpty Dumpty before the end. However, in the case of the radio that had been lying next to him on the floor, he'd evidently taken it apart and managed, of a fashion, to put it back together again. I say of a fashion, because its outer casing was still missing, and I couldn't be sure that all of its electrical components were accounted for. But he must have done a decent enough job for it to be droning away next to his corpse like that. To describe the radio, it was a simple 3-band radio/tape recorder, about the size of your average shoebox, for lack of a better comparison. The main elements were intact: antenna, tuner, tape deck, speaker. But here's where it gets weird. I couldn't shake the idea that perhaps Grandad hadn't fallen at all, that instead he deliberately flung himself towards the bedside table, scrambling to switch that radio off for some reason or other. Anyway, I've no idea why I felt so strongly that that was the case, but as I said, I couldn't shake it. So I scooped the radio up, bit by bit, and brought it home. And here I am, a month after his death, just a 10-minute stroll from Grandad's house, in a quiet spot on Lord Street, just off Manchester Road. This is my base of operations, as it were, here in the study. I call it the study, though in actual fact it's just the second bedroom on the first floor. It's at the back of the house, overlooking the old school. It's a little creepy back here after dark, especially with the curtains open. I'm surrounded by dusty books and old magazines, bit of a collector. But it's a good environment for tinkering. Grandad said so himself once. I finally set the radio up today. It's here in front of me. Spent the afternoon messing with the tuner. Couldn't pick anything up at first. Just static. I persisted with it though, turning the tuning knob very slowly, marginally, till, at last, some sort of transmission was received. This was 9:01 p.m, I have to add. I couldn't make anything out clearly, but I could tell that there was a voice under all the static. Perhaps a number of voices.
Grandad's tinkering had deprived the radio of a headphone socket, so I decided to pop a tape in there to record the noise, and to later digitize it for closer inspection. At around 9:10, I managed to record 5 minutes worth of garbled noise. My main cassette deck is rigged up to my workstation here in the study, so the digitization was pretty straightforward. I pulled the recording up in my wave editor and started messing with a couple of noise filters, EQ, etc. After an hour or so of processing and reprocessing, I was able to cancel out a good deal of the noise and was left with what might just pass for a voice. Yeah. Anyway, this is it. Tape recording number 1. Not much to work with, is there? The radio isn't digital, so it's hard to say precisely what frequency I'd landed on in order to receive the transmission. However, what I can say is that the voice I recorded carried on jabbering for another 20 minutes or so after I stopped recording. During those 20 minutes, by way of comparison, I tried to match the frequency on the 2 digital radios I have here at home, somewhere between 99.5 and 100 MHz FM. But despite my efforts, it seemed that only Grandad's radio was able to receive the transmission. Anyway, I'm going to attempt to refine the signal further. Perhaps I'll receive the same thing again tomorrow. If so, I'll need to improve my recordings somehow. There's something in this, I'm sure of it. Something to do with Grandad's death. Anyway, that's it for tonight. More tomorrow. Nigel out. Okay, there we go again. Audio log 2, January 19th, 2002. Hello again, Nigel here. Getting really weird now, this. In my efforts to improve the signal, I moved the radio up to the attic. I've got a clear view of the sky through a roof window up there, so I set the radio up just below it and angled the antenna towards the open air. I checked in on the radio every hour or so throughout the day, and was chuffed to bits when at last the transmission began again. Woohoo! At precisely 8:57 p.m. this was. Thanks to the radio's new position in the attic, the signal was vastly improved, so I continued to work the antenna till I was sure the reception was the best it could be. Again, I recorded a good 10 minutes worth of noise, and returned to my workstation downstairs in order to digitize the recording. And here I am, an hour later. Oop-de-doo. A bit of digital manipulation has resulted in a cleaner recording, revealing the odd word here and there, spoken by what I'm assuming is the same voice I heard yesterday. For all I know, it could be a completely different voice, but there's just something about it that tells me it's the same. And although there's no way to be sure what's being said, there's definitely something, I don't know, troubling about the speaker. Something that makes me uncomfortable. The kind of thing that if Grandad had been exposed to in his deteriorating condition, he might have felt uncomfortable too. I'm obsessed already. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. I'm just going to play the damn thing. Here it is. Tape recording number 2. I can make out the words menace and flesh. Weird, eh? Anyway, I'm going to listen out for it again tomorrow. I'm not sure when the transmission ended tonight.
I was too busy down here working on the recording. With any luck, it'll kick off around 9ish again. I'm getting somewhere with all this, I know it. Got to figure it out. Got to figure it out for Grandad. Anyway, Nigel out. Audio log number 3, January 20th, 2002. I'm onto something. Rinse, repeat, and you shall reap results, I heard someone say once. Was that just a voice in my head? I don't know. In any case, the radio reception improved again this evening. I'm not sure if the weather's playing a part in all this. I mean, I'm no expert, but I assume it does. It's been incredibly calm outside today. Anyway, at 8:59 p.m. on the dot, the transmission started up again. The reception was so clear that I could hear plain as day what was being said. I was recording from the off this time and managed to capture a good 5 minutes of audio before the crappy tape deck did a number on the cassette inside. Chewed the bugger up, it did. Anyway, I whipped it out and took it downstairs. I missed the end of the transmission, but was able to salvage most of the tape. All the while I was rescuing it, I could hear that voice droning away above me. I think it ceased just after 9:20 p.m. Cassette repaired. I popped it into my reliable deck and digitized it. Ended up with a couple of minutes of audio. The chewed portions of tape were irredeemable. Despite the vast reception improvement, which had resulted in a fairly decent recording, I figured it was still worth trying to improve it on the computer. In situations like this, you can never be sure what else might have been recorded. Hidden sounds and tones only a graphic equalizer can reveal. So here it is, the voice that's beginning to sound to me like it belongs to the nemesis of a superhero in some low-budget fantasy movie. Blimey, it's all very strange, this. Anyway, this is tape recording number 3.
To those who listen, those who inquire, those who invite, I need not introduce myself, but I like to say my name. Moot is my name. Moot. Moot I am. The Shadow King, the lurking menace, the bringer of the end. I am stripped of flesh, waiting. Ever so patiently waiting, stripped of being, waiting, patiently waiting, disembodied, listening, always listening. An invitation I await, an invitation to that place, that darkest of places, the place behind the face. For the face is but a mask. Beneath it a space reserved for Moot. I'll feast upon your secrets, bathe in your lies. I'll feed upon your fear, your hate, that which you despise. And when I'm inside, safely within, Moot will come out from beneath. Moot will command, you will obey. I live in the strong, live in the brave, not in the weak, not in the frail. Moot is the way, the hidden one, the keeper of fate. I hear you, listener. I turn to you and say, open the gate.
Weird, eh? Weird. Weird is too tame a word, I reckon. Moot, the voice keeps repeating. Who the hell is Moot? What could it mean? Did Grandad make contact with something? I'm getting closer, I can feel it. But I've got to get some rest, need to think. I'll reevaluate tomorrow. Tired. Nigel out. Audio log number 4, January 21st, 2002. Nigel here. It's just after 2 p.m. I went down the library this morning, first time in a long time. Browsed at random. I've no frame of reference, no context. On a whim, I had a word with one of the librarians. Moot, I said. Moot the Shadow King. Moot the Hidden One. Does that mean anything to you? No, was the reply. How helpful's that? Anyway, I must have looked like a lunatic wandering from shelf to shelf, mumbling to myself, moot, 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 over and over again. Jesus Christ. I wonder what had happened if I looked in the mirror and said it 5 times. Ooh, probably end up with no face. Anyway, it's still early. Better get set up for later. Got a coffee here to finish as well. Anyway, Nigel out. Audio log number 5, January 21st, 2002. Nigel here, again. It's just gone 9:30 p.m. I'm back in the study. I'm a little spooked, to tell you the truth. Well, I went up to the attic, turned the radio on, set the antenna, etc. This was about 8:55, by the way, and immediately, and I mean literally instantly here, that voice came at me. And when I say it came at me, it was actually addressing me personally. Luckily, I'd set the tape recording at precisely the same moment the transmission was received. Trouble is, I was so spooked that I killed the recording after a minute or so. I just couldn't listen to it. That voice and the reception was so ridiculously clear, unbelievably clear. It's like the radio's been primed somehow, fine-tuned. I'm going to digitize the recording in a few minutes. I'm just necking some coffee at the moment. I'm just a little bit overwhelmed with it all. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, I was expecting to hear a repetition of that earlier transmission, not some verbal onslaught. Anyway. Come on, Nigel, get a hold of yourself, for God's sake. More coffee. Anyway, that's it for now. Going. Nigel out. Audio log 6, January 21st, 2002. Okay, it's still Monday, coming up to 10:30 p.m. I have to tell you, listening back to that was pretty unnerving. I'm still spooked. And something else, something I forgot to mention earlier. As soon as I heard it, the voice, I could smell something eggy, that same sulphur-sweet whiff that surrounded Grandad's body. What's happening here? You'll have to forgive me for rambling. Well, whoever you are listening to this now. Perhaps it's just me listening. That's you, Nigel, that's you. Well, I'd better cut to the chase. Here's tonight's recording. Tape recording number 4.
You. I see you. That's right. I've been waiting for you. Waiting patiently. I've been watching. I know you can hear me, boy. Down there, down below. I know you can hear my words. I'm close, boy. Oh, so close. Would you like to see, boy? Would you like to see my face? The face of he who is coming for you? Seek out your reflection. Gaze into his eyes, boy. Gaze into his eyes. Then take off the mask. Strip it to the bone. Take off...
Jesus, it makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Oh my God. Well, that's where I stopped the recording. I just couldn't listen anymore. I just couldn't listen. I know it's probably just a radio show or something, but I don't know. You know when you get that feeling? The feeling that you just know something. Like when someone has their eyes on you. The feeling you're being watched. It's inexplicable, isn't it? Impossible to put into words, but it's real. It's a tangible sensation. Well, that's what this is. Even now, knowing full well that radio is switched off up there in the attic, I can feel eyes on me. I can feel them watching. Oh, God. Oh. I'd call it a prank. I could really get on board with the idea that someone I know might be capable of going to such extremes to frighten me. It's just not likely. Not likely at all. Seek out your reflection, it said. Well, I went to the bathroom 10 minutes ago, caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, and there was something not right about it. In truth, I felt that my face was just a mask. Weird. That's enough for one night. Nigel out. Audio log number 7, January 22nd, 2002. Hello, Nigel here. Well, it's 9:45 p.m. I skipped tonight's transmission. The whole thing has crawled under my skin. I worry about what happened to Grandad, but perhaps I'm tempting a similar fate for myself by pursuing this weird line of inquiry. I'm just your average run-of-the-mill nobody caught up in something beyond my comprehension. I feel like Grandad must have felt in those final years, confused, incapable of rational thought. It's frightening to think how close we are at any one time to losing it, going over the edge. But there's just something about this whole thing that keeps on hammering away at my little head, like something's trying to get in there, or trying to get out, as the case may be. I sent an email to a friend of mine this afternoon, Cody. My circle of friends is pretty small, but if you asked me to identify our ringleader, I'd nominate Cody. He's smart, that one. New Scientist subscriber. Where I'd stash pornography, he's hoarding a collection of Omni magazines from 1989. Or 1980, whatever. No offence, Cody. As I was saying, he's smart, well-read. So I broke it all down for him this afternoon. Grandad, the disassembling, reassembling, the radio, the supposed fall that killed him, the transmissions, the voice moot, the smell, the weird face in the mirror. I figured he might be able to explain it, or at least to talk some sense into me. Like I say, that guy knows his stuff. And of course, he replied in his own inimitable way, as expected. I'll read the email. Here we go. Nigel. Witticism mode engaged. My thoughts are that your grandfather's exploratory pursuits have yielded results hitherto unprecedented on this eosphere. It sounds to me as though Kerwin Sr., unwittingly of course, succeeded in establishing for himself a link to something that resides beyond our plane of existence, an occupant of another dimension perhaps. It's entirely possible that said link served as an invitation, prompting the fear-hungry tenant of that distant realm to rush forth across the dimensional border in order to feast upon the flesh of an old codger. That, or to take possession of his body. Witticism mode disengaged. Seriously, what the bleep? Cody. There you have it. And yeah, he actually typed bleep. He thinks he's being funny, but I can't help but think he's being right. That's all for now. Nigel out. Audio log 8, January 23rd, 2002. Hello, Nigel here. It's 8:50 p.m. It's windy outside, as you can probably hear. It's all change here tonight. I'm in the attic, sat opposite the radio and my recording equipment. There'll be no cassette recording tonight. This is a live recording. I've hooked Grandad's radio up to my workstation through an external interface, and as such, any transmissions received tonight will be recorded in real time, alongside whatever I might want to jabber on about into the mic. My coffee here too. Where would I be without my coffee? I'm just sitting here. I'm a little nervous, to be honest. Holding my nerve, I suppose you could say. I spent the whole day musing over Cody's not-so-hilarious email. I called him earlier. I said, "You can't have just made all that stuff up, can you? I mean, there had to be some truth in there, didn't there?" To which he responded, "Well, you know what they say, Nige. Truth is stranger than fiction." Which leaves me where exactly? Sitting here in the chilly attic, staring at a busted radio, contemplating the strange death of my Grandad, preparing to go head-to-head with a... with a what? What was it Cody said? An occupant of another dimension? I listened to the recordings again earlier. All of them. Moot, I am. The Shadow King. The lurking menace, the bringer of the end. The face is but a mask. Beneath it a space reserved for Moot. Seek out your reflection. Gaze into his eyes, boy. Gaze into his eyes, then take off the mask. Strip it to the bone. Grandad, you've got a lot to answer for. Well, it's coming up to 8:55. Here goes. I don't appear to be picking anything up. But I have to tell you, that smell. Sulphur, fresh fruit, sweet, sickly sweet. Oh man, what is that?
I'm coming for you.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What is it? I think this is it, ladies and gents. Whatever it is, it's coming for me. It wants me for some reason. And though I've no idea what that reason could be, I think we've finally learned what
Killed Grandad. Time to take off this mask.
The Temple of Memory by Ian Gordon.
Welcome to the docks. Quite the afternoon in Yorkshire, isn't it? My name is Braxton. I'm the beta team leader here at Thornton Recovery Services. So, you'd like to join our expedition, eh? Papers? Researcher, eh? Most impressive. Creative, ambitious, intrepid. We'd be glad to have you. This is Anna, our technician.
Hello.
And over there, by the sails, that's Lucy, our navigator. But don't worry, there'll be plenty of time for introductions later. Now then, tell me, what do you know of the Temple of Memory? Little, eh? Well then, let me bring you up to speed. For centuries, perhaps millennia, rumors have abounded regarding the Temple of Memory. These rumors speak of an advanced civilization, a culturally rich society, master architects, responsible for the construction of a vast city by the name of Nock, at the center of which stands a cyclopean temple with unusual properties. The citizens of Nock were said to be in possession of an unsurpassed intelligence, and it is also said that prior to their inexplicable disappearance in the distant past, their most gifted scientists had conceived a way in which to imbue the temple with the sum of their experiences, in essence, their memories. These rumors, of course, have filtered down the eons through South American natives and conquerors alike. Generations of whispers and exaggerated legendary. But that isn't to say the rumors lack teeth. Are you familiar with the Kin of the Trident? Well, the Kin is a cult, responsible for a number of unethical transgressions over the last decade. They're worshippers of the great Queen Nokuth, the malign deity after which the lost city of Nock was allegedly named. Recently, it came to our attention here at Thornton that the Kin had led an expedition into the Amazon in search of the lost city of Nock, and presumably the Temple of Memory. Nobody has heard hide nor hair of them in over 2 months. Our predecessors, Alpha Team, were drafted to recover the Kin, but they too subsequently disappeared. Their last known location, Zone 57, deep in the Brazilian heart of the rainforest. The team comprises David Hunter, Canadian team leader, Olivia Davies, British navigator, and Thomas Moore, American technician. And that, my friend, is where we come in. We're to succeed where Alpha Team failed. We're to follow in their footsteps in order to locate as many surviving members of Alpha Team and the Kin as possible. To do so, we'll be relying on this. It's a GPS receiver of sorts, designed to detect and download audio logs recorded by Alpha Team members at various locations along the way. We know of at least 3 established checkpoints and are confident retrieved logs will assist us in our efforts to locate both parties. Beyond Zone 57, it's hard to say precisely what we'll encounter. When you hear this sound, simply tap the green button.
Test transmission testing.
Our journey won't be without its risks. It isn't too late to turn back. What do you say? Excellent. I knew I could count on you. From here on in, you'll be known by the code name Smoke. No, Smoke, get some rest. We sail at dawn. Hannah will show you to your cabin.
If you'll follow me.
Beautiful, isn't it? On a day like today, the sun riding high in the sky, the ocean is transformed into one of Mother Earth's most magnificent creations. Shiny and delicate, it's hard to believe that this watery desert can be capable of such cruelty. Please, join me below deck. It's time for tea and coffee. And perhaps a biscuit or two. Please, sit. Tea or coffee? Excellent choice. Prior to our arrival in Venezuela, I'd like to share a story with you. My story, if you'll indulge me. Well, as a boy, I frequently dreamt of the ocean. I grew up in a small village on the outskirts of the Forest of Bowland in Lancashire, up in the northwest of England. Every day I would gaze upon the green slopes, admiring the distant moorland, lost in a reverie, looking beyond the most distant pinnacles, longing for the taste of ocean air. And soon enough I convinced my elderly parents to take me to the sea, to experience it firsthand. We drove across the winding moors in the direction of Saltburn by the Sea in North Yorkshire. The North Yorkshire coast, oh, beautiful. And like the Pennsylvanian squonk, I was reduced to a puddle of tears. It was so grand, so austere. But as the days passed me by, I realized something was missing. Something was absent there by the sea. Something steep, something green. And then the excursion came to its inevitable end. As we drove back in the direction of the Yorkshire Dales, and the vista beyond yielded to me, I saw the grand, inimitable hills of the Forest of Bowland, my home. It was in those moments, dear Smoke, that my love of the great forest was consecrated. And although I could appreciate the grandeur of the craggy coastline of North Yorkshire and the vast sea beyond, I knew my destiny lay within the shade of towering trees. But I knew I had to leave Lancashire behind to find my forest, a forest filled with secrets the likes of which the tiny woods of Lancashire could never hope to conceal. And it was in a book on forgotten cults and lost civilizations I procured in Lancaster that I first read of the Temple of Memory. And I have come to believe it exists. This expedition will reveal the truth of the matter, one way or another, and you'll have plenty of time to pore over the associated literature as we cross the sea, dear Smoke. Now, drink up. We simply must take in some of that fresh ocean air. Ah, the sights and sounds of South America. Puerto Cabello, the largest port in Venezuela. Quite a picture, isn't it? Ah, this is the first checkpoint. Let's hear it.
Hunter here. Reached Venezuela on a dreary, oppressive day, but we're in good spirits. The three of us are glad to be on solid ground, though I think it'll be a while before Davies can keep a meal down. She's had a rough time at sea. Moore is as usual south. Quiet, reserved, focused on the task at hand. No sign of the kin here in port, though one particularly talkative fella claims to have seen a group of strangers huddled about Pier 39 some 6 or 7 weeks ago. I'm clutching at straws. Next job is to secure transport. That's all for now. Hunter out.
Not much to go on there. Any news on our transportation, Lucy?
I took the liberty of arranging transport in advance, sir.
Of course you did.
This way.
Ooh, a good-sized vehicle. Good work, Lucy. Smoke, join me in the back. I have more to share with you. Allow me to share with you what I know of our friends, the kin of the Trident. The kin was established in Whitby, a small seaside town in North Yorkshire. Their founder, Paul Charles, lived in a ramshackle country house on the outskirts of the town. The kin held their meetings there, sharing stories, pooling resources. In terms of cult members, Charles preyed on the downtrodden, luring people into his web with the promise of fame, fortune, and deliverance. On the 22nd day of each month, the number 22 being of great significance to members of the kin, a special gathering would be held in honor of the Great Queen. The gathering was said to take place at a secret location on the moors nearby, a site dubbed the Pit. The Pit was said to be an entrance to the underworld, or other world, in which Charles believed dwelt the physical form of the centuried Nokuth. But the pit was merely a hole in the ground, and Charles knew it, for he was well aware of the rumored city of Nock, and was obsessed with the Temple of Memory, which, if certain historical documents are accurate in their descriptions, is said to be the only tangible entrance to the realm of Nokuth on the planet. But it is also said that one must be without fear if he or she is to stand before the barnacled throne of Nokuth. The people of Nock, despite their great intelligence and spiritual prowess, were apparently unable to suppress their fears, and were suitably swallowed by the Dark Queen. The gatherings of the kin at the pit were merely trials, attempts to disarm fear in its many forms, to prepare them for their journey into the wilds of South America in search of the temple, to submit to the memory of Nock, and to descend into the realm of Nokuth, to worship at her barnacled throne. The kin of the Trident believe that the Queen is merely waiting. What for, you ask? For the extinction of humanity, for the very end of the universe itself, for that moment in which we go out with a whimper, not a bang, and yield to her, the mother of darkness.
But why would anybody want to willingly seek her out?
Well, there are those who wish to exist beyond the end of the universe.
But in what state?
That, Anna, is what Charles and his faithful companions wish to discover. So, you see, my dear Smoke, our mission isn't quite as straightforward as a simple recovery. Yes, I know what you're thinking. What if we discover the temple? Well, we would be wise not to enter. Now sit back. We've got quite the drive ahead of us.
Zone 57, sir.
Apparently so. This is the second checkpoint. Let's hear it.
Davies here. We had some trouble reaching Zone 57. Encountered a coordinate grid 444. Some primitive attempt at a roadblock. Moore and I investigated. Found a note, barely legible, pinned to a fallen tree. It read as follows. Turn back. You won't get a second warning. Signed, The Hand of Nokuth. I don't know who or what the Hand of Nokuth is, but I fear the kin encountered resistance here, which suggests there's more truth to the rumors of the Temple of Memory than I'd previously been willing to entertain. Hunter is a little unsettled by this development, so we're keeping a vigil tonight. Davies out.
Interesting.
I wouldn't go that far. Should we be concerned?
Just a couple of extremists, no doubt. Proceed as planned. Well, dear Smoke, if we're going to encounter resistance along the way, we should be prepared. We'll follow the example set by Davies and keep a vigil this evening. I'll take first watch. Let's set up camp. It's getting dark. Lucy, light torches along the perimeter.
Aye, sir.
We'll hit the trail at the crack of dawn. I have a feeling we're in for a sleepless night.
Guys, do you hear that? Yes. Sir?
Keep it down, people. We don't want to alarm the natives, do we?
What about the extremists?
Just keep it down. Good morning, dear Smoke. Bad night? Yes, me too. I have to admit, I'm a little unsettled by what we heard last night. But no attempt was made to contact us, so I doubt we're in any immediate danger.
That isn't entirely reassuring, sir.
We should continue. There's a checkpoint ahead. Okay, let's hear it.
Moore here. Checkpoint established. Covered a lot of ground today, though we've still to encounter any trace of the kin. Somehow, I can't help but feel we're walking into a trap. I heard whispers in the forest last night. Hunter and Davies say I've got an overactive imagination. Yeah, right. I fear what lies ahead. Concerns aside, We've reached an intersection. If we fail to return, let this log be a record of our decision to take the westernmost trail. More out.
What if he's right?
About what?
About walking into a trap?
Moore's fears are a little unsettling, yes. Though we've still no reason to believe he or the others encountered anything untoward. Besides, Lucy is armed.
Armed?
Just a precaution, Anna.
We are perfectly safe, Anna.
Forgive me if I don't take your word for it.
You're forgiven. Come on, let's go. Wait, there appears to be something ahead.
Yes, it looks like a structure of some kind. It's massive, and very typical of a Mesoamerican pyramid.
There's evidence of construction all around us. Foundations, pillars, smokestacks.
I think we found ourselves a temple.
The temple?
Quickly, Smoke. Let's hear it.
Davy's here. I don't know what to do. We were ambushed. Moore was pulled into the trees by something. It yelled first, almost as though it was signaling to another of its kind. Then it tore him from where he stood, pulled him apart. Hunter fled in the direction of the temple, left me alone, coated in Moore's blood. This log may be my last. It's certainly the last opportunity I'll get to establish a checkpoint. No sign of the kin either. Wherever they are, I can't help but think they were taken, like Moore. I'm going to make a run for the temple. Have to find Hunter. Have to get away from these things. Davy's out.
Sir?
Head for the temple. If there's something out here with us, we need to...
My God, what is it?
Go! Now! What on earth was that?
It had no face.
How can that be?
No face, just a mouth. A huge, toothless hole. Whatever it was, it wasn't human.
Look!
That's Davy's. What happened to her face? In the name of God, what happened to her face?
She looks like one of those things. What have they done to her?
Help me! Help me!
Quick, Lucy, take her down!
My God.
We must proceed. There has to be another way out of here.
What? Back out there? With those things waiting for us?
What other choice do we have, Lucy? Come on. There's a chamber ahead. And what a chamber it is. Lucy!
Halt.
Lucy?
Lucy is with us now, as you will be, momentarily.
Who are you?
I speak on behalf of the Mother.
No couth.
In the warmth of the deep forest, where the sun, it rarely shines, sits the barnacled throne of No Couth on the Stygian river line. Her face is but a glimpse of the mantis, her voice but a dance in the mist. Behold the great, wild visage of No Couth on the Stygian river line.
What do you want with us, with Smoke and I?
She wants for nothing. Nothing at all. But you feeble-minded configurations of flesh and blood. Forever you yearn for that which is beyond your grasp. That which is beyond your comprehension. And so you will receive that which you desire. Your memories will be absorbed and transferred to the Mother. For the end of life brings her closer to her goal. to achieve the ultimate darkness, to reign supreme over all matter. Just as she welcomed the people of Nock, the children of the kin, and the countless others who sought her presence, she will welcome you to share the darkness beyond the universe. For in the end, you are all destined to join her, from the simplest cell to the greatest star.
And those creatures in the forest? Those abominations of nature?
Members of the true faith, Mother will consume them last. Prepare yourself.
Wait.
I'm sorry, Smoke. Get out if you can.
Hunter here. I'm disembodied, but somehow I'm able, or have been allowed to, transmit one last time. No-Kuth is but another word for darkness, or more appropriately, a means in which to describe oblivion. They call her the Mother, but she is genderless. She isn't a living creature, not in the sense we know or can comprehend. She's the absence of life, the antithesis of creation. And as I merge with her shadow, I feel she's given me the gift of communication in order to reach out to those who dare to follow me. You, who must join us in the dark, for time eternal, to worship at the feet of No-Kuth, upon her barnacled throne. Hunter, out.
The Drum by Ian Gordon. No. Where am I? What the...
Hello, David.
Huh? What the hell?
It's me, David. Don't worry, it'll all come back to you in time.
What's happening here? Who are you?
Patience, David. You've got a little while yet.
What do you mean?
Think, David. Think hard.
Why, I don't know what you mean. About what?
Yourself. Who are you?
Well, now that you're asking, I'm not sure.
Aren't you?
Well, I'm David. You've made that clear enough.
And that's a start, isn't it?
Where am I? I can't see anything.
You aren't blindfolded, I can tell you that much.
And what's that sound?
What sound?
That creaking sound. Back and forth, and... What was that scream I heard?
You like to ask questions, don't you, David?
Well, I don't know. You tell me, do I?
Think, David. Think hard.
You've said that already.
It was necessary to say it again.
Jesus. My God, what is going on? Look. Wait. Something's coming back to me. I think I remember you now.
Yes.
Dad?
Correct.
Well, where are you? I can't... Where you speaking from?
I'm right next to you, David.
Where? I can't see anything.
Nor will you. The drum doesn't work that way.
The what?
Think, David. Think hard.
Why do you keep saying that?
I'm trying to help you. The sedative takes a while to wear off.
Oh, come on, now you're scaring me.
That isn't my intention. I'm your father. You should be reassured.
Oh, but I don't remember. I can't fully recall what you're supposed to sound like.
This is exactly how I sound, David.
Right, okay. Well, so what about this sedative business? What's going on here?
The process of transporting one to the drum is complicated. It's much simpler if one is unconscious.
One? You might sound like my dad, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't talk like that.
Like what?
Like he's got a mouthful of plums.
Your personality is coming back to you, is it, David?
Yeah. I feel a bit more like myself, I think. Yeah, I remember something now. Something about a tall building. A skyscraper. I was up there. Me and someone else. We were arguing. He threatened me, I think. And
then?
Yeah, that guy up there threatened me, or someone close to me. I had something in my hand, something cold and hard. A weapon of some sort.
A weapon?
Yeah. It wasn't a gun. It was something larger. I don't know, a crowbar or something. God. I was angry. Yeah, I was mad with it. The guy was yelling at me. Right in my face he was. Prodding me in the chest. Spitting at me.
What happened next, David?
I don't know. Red. The red mist. The red mist was everywhere. I was wet through with it. My hands were shaking. Yeah, I fell to my knees. The other guy...
Yes?
The other guy fell, I think. Over the edge.
That's right, David. Fell over the edge after you hit him over the head with a crowbar.
I hit him?
Yes, of course you did. Why else do you think you're here?
Well, what do you mean? Where am I?
The drum.
The drum? Oh, shit, the drum?
Yes, David.
Huh. That noise, that creaking, it's the rope?
Yes, David.
And that scream I heard?
Yes, David.
But I haven't been to trial or anything. What about a fair hearing? You can't just bring it...
It doesn't work that way, David.
And you? You're just the comforter, aren't you?
Yes, David.
Oh, my God. When will it happen?
That, as I'm sure you know, is up to you, David.
Well, what if I refuse? No, I won't do it. She can't make me do it. There's no way I'm going to do it.
Then it's a long time in the drum for you, David.
I don't believe you.
Unfortunately, there's only one way out of here for you.
How far down is it? Please tell me. How deep does it go? It can't be like they say. It can't be as deep as they say, can it?
You like to ask questions, don't you, David?
God. I'll climb up. I'll climb out of here. Just need to get a grip on...
On what, David?
Oh, Jesus, it's sharp.
Yes, David. There's no climbing out of here, I'm afraid. Unfortunately, there's only one way out of here for you, David.
But it isn't fair. What about... that's it. Mitigating circumstances. Yeah, what about those?
Mitigating circumstances involving a crowbar?
Oh, come on. There must be some...
I'm sorry, David. You made your decision, be it in the grip of hysteria or otherwise. The world has suffered long enough at the hands of people like you. The drum is here to cleanse it of your kind.
Cleanse it? But that isn't fair.
Fair? This isn't about the scales of justice, David. It's a process of purification. You will join the others at the bottom.
Stop it.
Where, if you're lucky, you'll die upon impact.
Stop it.
Imagine the horror of surviving such a plunge.
Stop it! Stop it!
I will, David. And I'm sorry to punish you further, but I am your father, after all. I must act in kind. Are you ready, David?
No. What? The Halloween Experiment by Ian Gordon.
Testing. Overseer's log, October 25th, 1976. This is Dr. Stefan Helm, beginning series of logs concerning Project Delusion. Participants A through E established in isolation cells sequentially. Participant A, the rebelled Mr. Finkel, is in the Red Room, awaiting further instructions. Finkel suffers from a number of ailments, the foremost of which is a common sleep disorder. This has resulted in a barbiturate dependency, which the subject claims has given rise to a rather unsettling delusion. Mr. Finkel, can you hear my voice?
Yeah, I can.
Describe your surroundings, please.
Red. All red. The walls, the ceiling, the floor. Christ, the carpet. It's almost identical. How did you know?
Now, Mr. Finkel. We have to weed this thing out of you, remember? It's like a pesky worm, a tiny, burrowing insect that has found its way into your body, just under the skin, writhing beneath the surface. We must peel back the flesh, extract the beast, correct?
I suppose so. But I have to say, I'm not a fan of the way you're putting it, Doctor.
Just focus on your surroundings, Mr. Finkel. Let us not dwell on the beast for the moment. How about you tell your story?
Okay. Where shall I begin?
As we discussed, with your addiction, the birth of your delusion. Let's hear it.
Okay. I've had it rough these last few years. Work's been hard to come by. So, for about 9 months now, I've been living off a fortnightly government handout. It's a pittance, but better than nothing. I live in a bedsit on the outskirts of the city. It's a grubby place with inefficient electric heating and shared bathrooms. Spend most of my time, though, with a blanket wrapped around my shoulders. Freezing in summer, too. My room's north-facing, you see.
Please refrain from disclosing irrelevant details, Mr. Finkel.
Fine. Just setting the scene a bit. Well, I've had trouble sleeping, too. For the last 3 months, I've been on a prescription drug. Sleeping pill, basically, to help me get off at night. Trouble is, I can't sleep without it now. And the effects of being on it for so long have spilled over into my waking hours. I lose concentration easily. Distracted by the slightest thing. Yeah, so... just last week, I was chopping an onion in front of the telly. It was corned beef ash night, the highlight of my week, actually. I tend to prep food in front of the telly due to the fact that there's little to no counter space in the kitchen area. No room for a dining table either. Anyway, I was sat there, half chopping, half watching whatever banal crap was on the telly, when suddenly I felt a searing pain shoot through my left index finger. In a moment of lapsed concentration, I cut into my finger with a knife. In the process, I'd managed to upturn the bowl I'd set aside containing the corned beef. And within a matter of seconds, the majority of it was on the carpet. My hands, gushing finger and all, automatically set about scooping it back up, oblivious of how much worse I was making the situation. Yeah. When I finally realised what I was doing, there remained a small lump of corned beef on the carpet, topped with fresh blood. I must say that I hate that carpet. I hate the ugly floral motif, the dark areas stained by the reckless habits of former occupants, but most of all, I hate the colour, that overbearing shade of red. But beggars can't be choosers. God, how are you able to match it so closely in here?
Please, try not to get distracted, Mr. Finkel.
Okay. Well,
in a sort of daze, I scraped the last bit of corned beef up and went to the kitchenette to tend to my wounded finger. It was a fairly deep cut, but treatable at home, I felt. I smeared some antiseptic cream over it, popped a plaster on top, and returned to the couch in front of the telly. The whole thing was depressing, to be honest. I'd diced myself open and ruined my tea, well aware that my only backup option food-wise was a tin of beans. It was strange, though. I found myself transfixed by that fresh blood stain on the carpet. It held my attention for some reason. I couldn't shake the image of that toppled corned beef from my mind, all clumpy and gleaming with blood. I felt sick, in fact. And I suppose that's it, the birth of the delusion. Later that night, starving because I'd skipped the beans, I popped a couple of sleeping pills and crawled onto my put-up bed just a few feet away from the bloodstain. The bedsit's a single room and not at all roomy at that. There's just no getting away from that carpet. It's not a quiet space either. Including my place, there are 5 occupied rooms in the building. You can hear the comings and goings of people all night long. All sorts live in there. Drug dealers, burglars, the lonely and the desperate. Shrieks, thuds and heavy footsteps are almost continuous on all sides. And there's a death every 3 months. It's not unusual for the poor buggers to lie undiscovered for weeks. You can imagine what it's like for me. I often ponder a macabre notion. Am I sharing a roof with a corpse tonight? But lying there last week, my eyes glued to the bloodstain on the carpet, there were no sounds to hear. It was silent throughout, which in itself did little to ease my wandering mind. Where was everybody? Why couldn't I hear them? Eventually, the sleeping pills did their job and I fell into a deep slumber, dreaming of clumpy chunks of blood-soaked corned beef. Ugh. The following morning, I felt like shit. I was hungry and thirsty, but lacked the motivation to do anything about it. I slumped in front of the telly in an effort to distract myself from the stain at my feet. Oh, God. I managed some beans in the afternoon, but other than that, I remained on the couch in a sort of stupor till late that evening. It must have been after 8 o'clock when, returning from one of my many dreaded visits to the shared facilities, I noticed something odd on the carpet. Something unusual, right where the bloodstain was. It was a little lump, kinda like the corned beef chunk I'd been transfixed by the day before, the thing that haunted my dreams. But it was smooth and red, with the appearance of sunburned skin. I grabbed a spatula from the kitchenette and neared the thing cautiously. Was it pulsating ever so slightly? Surely not. I prodded it with the spatula and, to my horror, realised that the thing was rooted to the carpet. God, what can I compare it to? Well, just like a a big lump on someone's head after being hit with something firm and heavy. Have I heard it called a goose egg? It was rock solid too. And on closer inspection, I saw that it was pulsating. With every prod, I noticed small, vein-like lines shoot across the top of it, almost as though it was clenching. Well, what to do about it? This little alien growth on the carpet? I figured I'd lost the plot, so I grabbed a tea towel and covered the thing with it. Yeah, I pulled the couch over the top of it and just sat down, bewildered. I mean, it couldn't really be there, could it? I was just hallucinating. Too many sleeping pills, anxiety, depression, stress, you name it. With pills on the brain, I popped another 2 and lay back on the couch, praying for sleep to come take me away. It was after midnight when I came to. The bedsit was dead again. The night owls were either out partying or deceased, by my reckoning. But it wasn't completely silent, at least not in my immediate surroundings. I heard a sort of scraping sound from somewhere beneath me, kind of like the scuttling of a mouse. A scratching noise that seemed to be coming from the back of the couch. I didn't dare move. I was paralyzed. Fear. That's all I felt. Fear. An overwhelming dread washed over me. Never felt anything like it in my life. The scratching noise ceased and was followed by a series of scurrying sounds, as something, probably a mouse, I silently prayed, made its way out of the couch through the back of it. I pulled my knees up to my chin and closed my eyes. I was trying to focus, working against the sedatives coursing through my being. But I couldn't focus, couldn't rid myself of that horrible image, that cyst-like lump that had throbbed and pulsated, born of the numerous horrors spilled onto the threadbare carpet over the years. I could have dwelled on its nature, dwelled on how such a thing could have come into existence, but I refused. Refused to think about it. But then that monstrous scuttling invaded my senses again, and my eyes shot open, coming face to face with the thing as, with the speed of a cockroach, it crawled up my leg and hurled itself towards my face. Oh.
Can you describe the creature, Mr. Finkel?
It was just a small lump of red flesh. It moved like a snake moves. No feet, legs, arms, nothing like that. Just clumpy and glistening like the spilled corned beef. No eyes, nose, or ears, but a gaping mouth belonging to a veiny protuberance. Its head, its horrible sunburned head. I slid off the couch, narrowly avoiding its snapping maw as it flew towards me, and took off running. I ran out into the street yelling, and on I went, running and yelling, till the police finally intercepted me down by the canal. Made quite the scene, I'm told. Spent 3 hours in the cells before being brought here, Mr. Elm. I've calmed down since then, of course, but I know it's out there.
And how exactly do you know that, Mr. Finkel?
Well, I felt it closing in on me at the police station. I can sense it in this room. Why did you have to put me in here, Mr. Elm? I don't like it. I really don't like it.
We must face our fears to overcome them, Mr. Finkel. Face them and move on.
But what if I'm not ready to face the... What?
Mr. Finkel?
Oh! No! How?
Mr. Finkel, what is it?
It's found me! It's found me! It's found me!
I must terminate this recording. Mr. Finkel has succumbed to his delusion. That is to say, he's dead. Experiment will continue tomorrow with participant B. Overseer's Log, October 26th, 1976. Dr. Stefan Helm speaking. I will refrain from providing a detailed analysis of yesterday's events for the time being. Must press on. Project Delusion continues with participant B, the placid Miss Hennessy. Hennessy is haunted by a spectre of sorts, a being best described by the lady herself. She has been placed in the blue room, the color again being a trigger. My initial inclination was to place her in the black room. However, such an environment would only serve to hinder the participant's ability to relate her account. The telling of her story is, as it is in all cases, necessary in terms of drawing a line between delusion and reality. So if the results of experiment A are anything to go by, my process may yet require modification. Lights on. Miss Hennessy, can you hear me?
Yes, Doctor. Clearly.
Describe for me, if you will, your surroundings.
Calming. Sky blue. If I close my eyes, I can almost hear the ocean.
Interesting. Calm enough to tell your story?
I believe so, Doctor.
In your own time.
I'm a photographer by trade. Clients range from would-be models to small business owners. I did some high-profile corporate stuff in the late 60s, but I much prefer to keep ventures relatively low-key these days. The whole thing began with a particular photo shoot in the centre of town, a shoot involving the owner and staff of the Ramplin Aquarium on Market Street. I took a good dozen or so snaps of the girls, then moved on to Janet Ramplin herself. I didn't notice anything especially unusual at the time, but I do remember feeling that something was off about that last photograph I took of Janet. Anyway, cut to several days later, and I'm sitting in my darkroom developing film. I'd captured a couple of decent photos of the girls, and one excellent photo of Janet, but it was in the development of this final image that I noticed the oddity I'd been only partially aware of at the time. Behind Janet, just inside the store, were situated a number of items arranged in such a way as to suggest, vaguely, an upright figure. A figure that appeared to be peeping at me. After a thorough examination of the picture, I managed to identify its various components. The left leg and foot of the thing belonged to a light blue umbrella. The torso above was nothing more than a navy backpack suspended from the inner wall. A limp and insubstantial arm was a sad-looking scarf, and the head was a pumpkin-shaped fishbowl positioned on the shop counter. I know it's difficult to get an idea of the thing from such a description, but these were the basic elements, casually assembled to form the appearance of a tall man in a blue suit with a fishbowl for a head. Even the fish in the bowl, two common goldfish, gave the impression of a pair of golden eyes staring back at me. I might go as far as to say that there was an expression on that watery face, one of disapproval, almost as though I'd uncovered a living secret that wished to remain hidden. I'm sorry to say that the photograph no longer exists, but taking what followed into account, I hope you'll appreciate why I took the decision to destroy it. And the others.
Please continue.
The image of the fishbowl man haunted me through the rest of the day and late into the night. So, the following morning, I returned to the Ramplin Aquarium and, without knowing exactly why, I bought the 2 goldfish and a square tank to take them home in. I figured, on some level or other, that buying the fish would nullify the power of the weird photograph, that I was, in effect, dismantling the figure, unmaking it, undoing its ability to play on my mind. I'm sure Janet thought I was acting a little strange. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that I kept glaring at the blue umbrella by the door, and that sad-looking scarf. The first thing I did when I got home was place the fish tank on my dining table in the living room. I fed the little blighters and snuck off to the dark room to catch up on some work. I hadn't so much as glanced at that creepy photo of Janet Ramplin since buying the goldfish. I was afraid to look, to tell you the truth. I could still see that strange fishbowl man in the back of my mind, and that was where I wanted him to stay for the time being. But for some reason or other, on my way out of the dark room, I grabbed the photograph and took it with me into the living room. With a glass of sherry in one hand, I flipped the photograph over, and lo and behold, there he was, the odd fellow in the blue suit. But here's where things start to get really weird. Although Fishbowl Man was still standing there, all erect and sinister, his golden eyes were missing. The fish, Doctor, they were no longer in the photograph. I downed the sherry and immediately poured myself another one. I looked again, but those eyes, those fish eyes, were nowhere to be seen. What was happening? Had I accidentally uncovered a hidden world with my camera? A world in which everyday items take on weird and wonderful life when our backs are turned, when our attention is elsewhere? I put my manic thoughts down to the sherry and sat there in a stony silence, watching the goldfish swimming absently back and forth in the square tank. Slowly but surely, like the intrusion of a slender thorn in my mind, I became overwhelmed by the desire to collect my instant camera and to shoot blindly through the living room window. My apartment's on the second floor of an old mill, with a dreary view of the world outside. But still, I felt the compulsion, so I grabbed the camera in question and rushed to the window, snapping away rapidly, targeting the colourless trees in the garden below, the ugly shrubs, the broken fence bordering the derelict tennis courts, the countless identical windows belonging to the building opposite, the shadowy alley in between. Afterwards, I sat at the kitchen table and studied the fresh photographs. Was something speaking to me? Trying to communicate with me through the medium of film? The 9 images were grainy and in the main out of focus, but in 3 of them, I appeared to have captured the outline of something disturbingly familiar. A tall, thin figure with a large bowl for a head. At first, it was in the tennis court, silhouetted by the light from a neighbouring street lamp in the alley. Then, in the second shot, it was among the trees in the communal gardens, the directional light from the street lamp reflected from the glass of the bowl. And lastly, in the third photo, it was directly below my window, in the process of extending its arms, but extended them towards what? A window? A door? Or could it...
It's okay, Miss Hennessy. You're in a safe place. Please, continue.
I heard a ghastly sloshing. The sound of a small bowl of water splashing back and forth just below my window. My open window. I heard lots of strange scratching, as if something was climbing up the wall towards my apartment. And then I saw it. My eyes were glued to it. Other than the fishbowl, it wasn't at all how it had appeared in the photograph. The creature came ambling through my window, forcing it all the way open in the process. Its body a navy lump of clay with an outer layer of skin like flaky paint. Its arms and legs little more than clumsy, worm-like strands. It flopped onto the living room floor, sloshing water onto the lino as it did so. I was frozen in place. My jaw was next to my knees. I trembled in its presence. I urinated. Once again, feeling that something was amiss, I saw that, just as the case had been in the photograph of Janet Rampling, the goldfish were missing from the figure's fishbowl head. It crossed the living room in my direction, closing in on the dining table. That sloshing sound, I'll never forget it. That terrible splashing, and the noise its weird legs made coming into contact with the linoleum floor. The sound of metal-tipped canes tapped on wood. And then, somehow, I sensed its objective. It was moving towards the fish tank. "It's here for the fish," I mumbled over and over again. "Its eyes, it's here for the fish." But then, a further thought occurred. Perhaps it would come for me after collecting its eyes. Maybe it needed those eyes in order to capture me. I had exposed it, quite literally, and I still felt that bizarre sense of disapproval in its presence. It wanted to remain hidden. And that, Doctor, is why I jumped out of the window. I couldn't bear it. I had absolutely no desire to wait for it to come after me. I landed on the grass in front of Mrs. Cockrell's kitchen window. Fortunately, she was washing the dishes at the time. I broke both of my ankles. It was the topsoil that saved me, I'm told, but I don't remember too much about that. The fall knocked me clean out. Thank God for small mercies, eh? If that fishbowl fella was coming for me, I sure as hell didn't want to know about it. But as of yet, he hasn't come for me. That's why I destroyed the photographs, to make amends. He's no reason to come after me if I've burned all the evidence of his existence, right? Pity no one believes me. No matter though, I got my vindication after leaving the hospital. An odd stain by the window where my blue friend spilled some of his mind, and a few flakes of navy paint spread about the place by pointed feet. So, what do you think, Doctor? Am I completely mad?
I wouldn't use that term, Miss Hennessy.
It hardly matters. You know how it is for me now. If I see even a hint of blue, partially obscured in a room or in a crowd, I swear it's the fishbowl man. He's got his eyes back now. He can see again. What if he's still after me? It's okay in here though. Everything's blue, brightly lit. He prefers not to reveal himself entirely, sticks to the shadows, peeps round corners.
And the fish you bought? What happened to them?
They disappeared, of course. Belonged to his head, remember?
Doubtful. The fishbowl man is a figment of your imagination. Can't you see that?
I don't believe it for a second. Not for a sec...
What in the name? Participant B, Miss Lila Hennessy. Deceased. Drowned, in fact. Somehow she drowned in her cell. I can't believe this. More tomorrow. Overseer's Log, October 27th, 1976. Dr. Stefan Helm here. I'm upset, but I'm not deterred. Project Dilution continues today, with the odd case of Mr. Morris. An apple a day keeps the doctor away, or so they say. Morris, on the other hand, has been known to consume up to 12 apples a day, sometimes more. This odd compulsion, owing, it is suggested, to a lack of nutrition in his youth, has resulted in yet another curious delusion. Morris, the participant C, has been assigned to the green room, rather befitting an individual with a proclivity for Granny Smiths. Hello, Mr. Morris. Can you hear me clearly? Affirmative, Doctor. Can I get some light in here? Oh, yes. My apologies. Yikes. Oh, thanks. Now then, describe your surroundings, please. I'm in a green room. The walls are green. The tiles on the floor are green. Even the sink and toilet are green. Can you describe the shade of green?
It's a leafy green, the colour of a British summer. I don't want to say it, but I will anyway. It's an apple green. Intentional.
Do not trouble yourself with such matters at this stage, Mr. Morris. Instead, tell me your story. I'm eager to hear what happened to that arm of yours.
Well, what can I say? I've always had a fondness for apples. Always. Apple pie, poached apples, apple muffins, you name it. I grew up in the city centre and never left, not even on day trips with school. Was 19 by the time I saw my first apple tree. Bramley, you know. Was captivated by it. But my favourite apple, always, has been the Granny Smith. So green, so shiny, so sweet. My apple habit, if you want to give it a name, reached new heights last month in the Lake District. I get out of the city when I can, hate it, full stop. Unfortunately, I have, shall we say, trouble with open spaces. I'm fine cooped up in a cabin with a view, but not so much out in the wild. Goes back to childhood, no doubt. I'm better off living the life of a drone, sentenced to a life of warehouse management. But that's by the by. So, I was up in the lakes, as I said, cooped up in a congenial cabin by Coniston Water, enjoying a view of the mountains and my own company. On the second evening, end of September this was, there came a gentle rapping at the cabin door. You see, I wasn't expecting any visitors, so it was with a great deal of hesitation that I went to the door. There was nobody there by the time I answered it, but on the decking outside was a wicker basket filled to the brim with, you guessed it, Granny Smith apples. Pretty-doo. There was a note attached which read, "Sample our delicious Granny Smiths," and in smaller print beneath, "Remember to pace yourself." Although a little strange, I figured that the apples had been dropped off by the owner of the cabin as some sort of welcome gift. The likelihood was slim, but I couldn't come up with any other explanation at the time. So I took the basket inside, sat by the open fire, and tasted one of the apples. Doctor, it was divine, fabulously sweet, striking that perfect balance between crisp and tart, just how I like 'em. And I couldn't eat just one either. Throwing caution to the wind and completely discounting the note's pace yourself warning, I ate a second and a third, one after the other. I mean, I didn't think it was too outrageous. A day isn't a day for Alan Morris if he hasn't eaten at least half a dozen apples. Well, I washed the fourth one down with a cup of tea and sat back in the big chair by the fire, thoroughly pleased with the day's good fortune.
I drifted off shortly afterwards. When I awoke, it was dark outside, and I could hear the first drops of rain striking the trees overhead. I gathered my faculties and made myself another cup of tea. Though I'm not a fan of being caught out in a thunderstorm, I'm a sucker for the light show if I'm safely indoors with a view. Yes. Soon enough, the rain was coming down in buckets. High above the cabin, the mountains appeared little more than dark, sinister shapes, and Coniston Water below resembled a vast, murky pool, sporadically illuminated by flashes of lightning. It was a beautiful, if a little eerie, sight to behold. And, of course, in celebration of the event, I grabbed myself another Granny Smith from the wicker basket and chomped on it keenly. It was then that I first heard the voice. It was a small, high-pitched voice coming from somewhere above me. At least, that's how I perceived it to begin with. It whispered, "One more'll do it, matey, just one more." I heard the voice over and over again, repeating the same words. Above the din of the showers and the clap of the thunder, I heard it droning. I tried to work out precisely where it was coming from, but wherever I wandered in the cabin, it was right there, right above me, whispering, "One more'll do it. Come on, matey, just one more." I knew for sure that it was referring to the apples. Knew that it wanted me to tuck into my sixth Granny Smith. Why was that? What was so significant about eating half a dozen as opposed to 5? Now, it's fair to admit, Doctor, that I've heard voices before. I know that they're in my head, and I know that I shouldn't take any notice. It was the voices that talked me into pushing Erik James into the canal, the voices that instructed me to punch Philip McMinn in the face, the voices that have all but convinced me that the great outdoors are unsafe, that I'm better off in the city, surrounded by the smog and the unfriendly faces. But this voice, Doctor, this voice wasn't in my head. It was just above it, floating in the air, following me around the cabin, like a ventriloquist targeting me from the shadows. "One more'll do it," it kept on in that same immutable tone of voice. "Just one more." So I gave in, Doctor. Just gave in. Above the roar of the thunder, I yelled, "Okay, okay, anything to shut you up." And as I approached the wicker basket by the fire, the voice did indeed stop its incessant chirruping. I grabbed one of the shiny apples, held it up before my eyes, and stared at it. What was I hoping to discover by studying it? The answer to some mysterious riddle? A reason as to why a disembodied voice was pestering me? I don't know, Doctor. I've never been too good at dealing with such things. I get confused. I'm easily goaded, you see. William Yeats, with very little effort, persuaded me to draw rude words on the blackboard. Addison Sharple said it'd work out just fine if I tripped Mrs. Cox as she walked into the classroom. And Nigella Hayes swore that I'd feel better after drinking that cold tea that turned out to be puddle water. Anyway, I tucked into the 6th Granny Smith and devoured the whole thing, seeds and all, in a matter of seconds. A loud clap of thunder sounded, and I heard that shrill voice again. But this time it sounded muted, sort of like it was speaking from within the confines of a cardboard box. It said, "Good, good, that'll do it, matey." And then I realized that the voice was emanating from the confines of something. It was emanating from the confines of my body. I felt it as much as I heard it. An unmistakable series of vibrations moving through my blood and bones. I wondered then who it was that had delivered the apple, why they had been delivered, and if that person had been out to get me in some way or other, why the warning? Remember to pace yourself, the note had read. And then the cramps, the crippling cramps. I fell to the floor, convulsing in pain, and with every agonizing second that passed, the storm without increased in ferocity. "What have you done to me?" I yelled, nobody in particular. "What have you done?" But I heard the shrill voice no more. Its source was inside me now, and I could feel it stretching its tendrils out into my extremities. Nightmarish wisps reaching into my fingertips and toes. Whatever it was trying to take me over, Doctor. Right then, I was overwhelmed by a sharp pain in the index finger of my left hand. I glanced down and saw that something had popped out of the end of it. Something dark and twig-like, sprouting with the rapidity of a blade of grass observed in a time-lapse video. I panicked, Doctor. Just panicked. With a great deal of effort, I climbed to my feet and raced to the kitchen in search of a blade. I found the meat cleaver immediately. I stretched out my monstrous arm, lifted the cleaver in the air, and, with all the force I could muster, brought it down on my elbow joint. It took a few swings, Doctor, because it wasn't just flesh and bone I had to hack through. I had to hack through that stick, too. That branch that presumably had its roots somewhere in my chest. I don't remember much after that. I blacked out. The owner of the cabin found me, and I have the storm to thank for that. A telegraph pole was struck by lightning outside. The thing collapsed and took out the front door. Serendipity, don't you think? Woke up in hospital the following day, groggy and missing my left arm at the elbow. No sign of the twig, though. Nothing unusual reported by the doctors, either. But I tell you now, I swear to you now, that I still hear that voice sometimes. "One more'll do it, matey," it says. "Just one more." I think I weakened it somehow when I hacked my arm off. Put the fear of God into it. I mean, it wouldn't want me to go kill myself, would it? What would it do then? I reckon it thinks that it might be able to get the better of me again if I fill my belly with a few more of those seeds. Seeds from those Granny Smiths, the origin of which I still to this day am none the wiser about. Well, what do you think, Doctor? Delusion?
Could it be that simple? Your story is certainly an interesting one, Mr. Morris. But I am convinced without a shadow of a doubt that your inner demon is a delusion. Such things simply cannot be.
One more'll do it.
What? What did you say?
See? You heard it, didn't you? You did, didn't you?
I heard you whisper something under your breath, Mr. Morris.
That wasn't me, Doctor. That was it. That was...
Me, matey. Only me.
There is just no possible way that this... Mr. Morris is gone. Disappeared. Managed to escape somehow. I'm at a loss to explain it. Nor can I explain the presence of foliage in his cell. Crisp green leaves and apple seeds? This is getting ridiculous. Helm out. Overseer's Log, October 28th, 1976. Dr. Stefan Helm speaking. Despite several failures, I remain committed to Project Delusion. Thus, I present participant D, a retired professor by the name of Conrad Danielson. Danielson has lived a long and fruitful life, a life of scientific research pertaining to somnology, the study of sleep. Latterly, though, a crippling claustrophobia has robbed the man of his ability to work. Professor Danielson, can you hear my voice? Yes. Please, if you will,
describe the room in which you're sitting.
It's an illusion, I know it is, but I'm pleased to say that I'm enclosed by spacious white walls, giving one the impression of a vast, open space.
It isn't in the least profligate, Dr. Helm. I'm very grateful. Good. This is good. Now then, Professor, perhaps you could relate to me the circumstances surrounding your present predicament. Are you familiar with the hypnagogic state, Dr. Helm? Somewhat.
Please elaborate.
I like to refer to it as the plane between consciousness and unconsciousness, a space in which one is neither fully awake nor fully asleep, a transitional state, if you will. After years dedicated to the study of sleep disorders, apnea, paralysis, and so forth, I began to see evidence in my investigations to suggest that such disorders were largely influenced by one's passage through the hypnagogic state. That is to say, that in certain studies, I observed that some individuals tended to linger longer than others in the transitional space. What was the reason for this, I pondered. Unable to identify the cause of this unusual tendency, I decided that I myself was likely the only guinea pig capable of providing the answers I sought. And so, last winter, I began a series of experiments with a singular objective: to achieve conscious awareness of, and therefore obtain boundless access to, the hypnagogic state. Yes, I realize the contradiction in terms, but this was an experiment beyond mere words, Doctor. I went through a number of phases in pursuit of my goal. The first was the drug phase, in which I experimented with a number of psychoactive agents, the usual suspects, LSD, DMT, you name it, and found that the mind-altering nature of the drugs in question only served to impede my attempts to access the required state. The second phase was one of meditation, spiritual, mantra, transcendental, all of which, just like the previous phase, proved ineffective. The third phase, obvious and overlooked in the first instance, was a bit of the old sleep deprivation. I found that, in depriving myself of sleep for extended periods of time, I could, in small measures, alter my perception of the environment. To give you an example, at home, in the library, I could single out a book on the shelves and focus on it acutely until it changed color or disappeared entirely. Leather-bound tomes turned yellow before my eyes. Dusty paperbacks vanished into thin air. A terribly unhealthy way to attain a goal, but I felt it was worth it. But was I, in fact, attaining a goal? Were these illusions actually the product of me having attained boundless access to the hypnagogic state? Or were they merely the result of my body and mind crying out for help? Regardless, I continued with my experiment. I slept 2 to 3 hours a night, forced myself out of bed in the early hours, and paced about my library in a continual effort to stay awake. The strangeness began in early spring of this year. My commitment to the experiment had lapsed on a number of occasions. Duty called at the lab, and one needs an income if one is to continue to live and prosper. My colleagues and I were studying the unusual case of a small boy, an insomniac who, much to his mother's chagrin, slept only a couple of hours a night, spending most of his waking hours staring at pictures on the walls. I immediately felt a kinship with this boy. David was his name, 7 years old. Just as I had been able to do, David claimed that he had the ability, when he was, as he put it, very, very tired, to change things. and by this he was referring specifically to the paintings hanging on the walls of his home. If he looked long enough at a portrait, he said, he could talk with its subject. If it were a landscape, he continued, he'd send the clouds in and make it rain. This doctor was all very fascinating to me. Formerly, I'd have said that the boy was hallucinating, very common in cases of insomnia, very common indeed. But having experienced it myself, I wasn't willing to believe it. Perhaps, I considered, hallucination was merely boundless access to the hypnagogic state. In any case, conversations with David spurred me on, and I was eager to get back to it. My first success took place on April the 2nd. I can't recall the time precisely, but it was after midnight, and I'd been awake for some 30 hours or so. My attention had been focused on a door, just an ordinary door separating the dining room and the library. Occupying the space I believed was the transitional, I somehow managed to convince myself that the door was no longer there. The handle had been the first thing to fade away, followed by the door and hinges, and finally, the frame. I reached out in quest of it, but found only a hollow-sounding partition, neatly wallpapered, like the door had never been there at all. This disturbed me, Doctor. Disturbed me because I was unable to reverse the process. I blinked and shook my head ferociously, paced around the room with my eyes closed, willed it to rematerialize. But still, the door refused to return from oblivion. Eventually, I settled down at the dining table and nodded off. When I awoke, the door was back in situ, but I felt incredibly groggy, tired in a way I'd never before experienced, almost as though a hidden part of my brain had been exercised for the very first time. Naturally, the experiment continued. Unlike the boy, David, I seemed to lack the imagination to converse with the occupants of portraits or to make clouds appear in the empty skies of landscapes. My abilities were limited to the alteration of a room's aesthetic, changing the colors of items, making doors and windows disappear. You've probably guessed what happened next, Doctor. I was sitting in the library, early May this was, manipulating the environment at will. I changed the colors of a dozen books, relegated a dozen more to the void, and had turned my attention to the doors either side of me, one leading back into the dining room, the other to the kitchen. I was rather lucid, I recall, and felt determined to get rid of those doors for some reason or other. At last, I achieved my goal, and found myself sitting in a room from which there was no exit. It was comforting at first. I felt untouchable, an invincible, eccentric professor who had managed to obtain boundless access to the hypnagogic state, locked away in a library out of time and space, enjoying his success privately. But before long, I became aware of a disconcerting lack of air, a closeness from which there was no relief. I grew hotter and hotter. My clothes clung to my skin, the sweat soaked them through. I gasped for air, my heart rate increased, and I began to doubt the reality of my situation. Was this the hypnagogic state I occupied, or was it merely a delusion born of sleep deprivation? Had I really achieved greatness, or had I, in fact, completely lost my marbles? The unreality of the situation robbed me of my faculties. I paced about like a madman, searching for the doors I'd so recklessly sent to Coventry like a pair of naughty children. But there were only books, row after row of strange volumes, books that didn't belong to me, that weren't a part of my collection. Volumes conjured out of thin air to fill the voids that once belonged to navigable portals. I was a lunatic in a doorless cell. The heat was overwhelming. In the end, I must have collapsed, for when I awoke several hours later, I was lying on the cold parquet floor, shivering. Much to my relief, the library had returned to its normal state. I was very pleased to see both the door to the dining room and the door to the kitchen in their usual places. But I was stricken with a new fear. Claustrophobia. I couldn't bear to be in that room another second. I fled through the kitchen into the yard, looking up at the grey sky of dawn, thankful for the sense of open space it was providing. And there it is, Doctor. My unusual experience. Suffice it to say that I have spent very little time in the library, or any other small confined space, since that terrifying evening in May.
Hypnagogic state or hallucination? Are the two one and the same?
If you, Professor Danielson, are unable to answer that question, then what makes you believe I might be qualified to?
That's the reason I'm here, is it not?
It is my belief that your inability to answer that question today is not due to a lack of knowledge, but owing to a reluctance on your part to accept the truth of the matter.
The truth of the matter?
Yes. Just look around you. What do you see?
I've already described my surroundings, Doctor.
Yes, and there's nothing to be afraid of in there, is there?
Wait. The door.
Where's the door?
The door?
I can't see it. I can't see it.
Now, Professor Danielson. Of course you can see it.
Where is it? What are you doing to me?
Oh, for the love of God. Participant D, deceased. I don't want to talk about it. Overseer's Log, October 29th, 1976. This is Dr. Stefan Helm. Today, the final participant to subject herself to Project Delusion is a young lady known only as Lisa. For reasons yet to be determined, she chooses to remain anonymous, sharing her story under the proviso that a fair effort is made in ridding her of what she describes as a perpetual state of gloom, owing to an odd case of personality division. Lisa, can you hear me?
Yes.
And can you describe for me your surroundings?
Darkness. Just darkness.
Thank you. And you feel comfortable with the lights out?
I feel very little, Doctor. Can we just get on with it?
Very well. Please.
Tell me how it all began.
I wasn't always Lisa. I was Melissa before. That's M-E-L-L-I-S-A. I was happy, content. But then something happened to Melissa. She suffered a great loss. A close family friend it was. Someone who'd always been there for her. Died at the hands of a violent husband. He took her from Melissa. Brought her face to face with her own mortality. She didn't like it. She couldn't take it. She crumbled. And in the process, Melissa split into two. Mel and Lisa. Mel was the light, the smiler, the talker, the life and soul of the party, every cliché in the book. Lisa was the darkness, the introvert, the shadow, Something just ticking over in the background, unworthy of the spotlight. And, as dictated by her condition, Lisa sank deeper and deeper into the quicksand. For a while I met with Mel in my dreams, periods of time in which we slipped into that strange, unconscious fantasy. Met with Mel on those great, featureless plains, and pondered together the possibility that one day we might reunite. That Mel wasn't whole without Lisa, Lisa without Mel. Mel stood in the rays of 1,000 suns, beautiful and bold, whereas I, the recluse, hid among the creeping clouds of doom and despair. But our meetings dwindled, and when we did come together in the emptiness, we found that we were becoming further separated by a great rift, a tear in the bland earth beneath us, the purpose of which was seemingly to enforce our division. With every visit to the dreamscape, the rift grew wider and wider. I imagine I disappeared from view long before Mel. She aglow in the blaze of the suns, I in shadow, drowning in clouds. And so it was that Mel and Lisa were permanently separated. The darkness consumed me utterly. I sank into a deep despondency, longed for my other half, longed to be reunited in the measureless emptiness. Then I realized that I was that measureless emptiness, my feet caught in a bottomless quagmire. The light that had been Mel had gone out, and it was impossible to rekindle. And so I have come to you, Doctor, desperate for you to reunite me with my other half. Can it be done?
I'd like to believe so, Lisa. Mel, after all, is still alive and well inside your head. You understand that, don't you?
I understand that you believe that to be so, Doctor, but I can assure you, Mel is as distant to me as the stars. Let me remind you, we're separated by an incalculable gulf.
A gulf that exists within your mind, Lisa.
Be that as it may, Doctor, the space between the two of us is immense beyond reckoning. Tell me, how is one supposed to calculate the expanses that separate thoughts? Mel and I are as thoughts now, memories floating in the ether.
Look about you. Describe the darkness for me.
It's much like the measureless emptiness, Doctor, both vast and tiny. Is it truly possible to describe the essence of darkness?
It's a pure darkness, is it not? A darkness uninterrupted by starlight, uninterrupted by creeping clouds and boundless rifts.
A realm incapable of separating you from your other half. Let us locate Mel in the darkness, Lisa. Let us find her. Those suns, those countless stars soon to be revealed, will illuminate her.
Yes, I think I can do it. I'm searching, Doctor. My eyes are wide. Already, I think I can see it.
The light?
Yes, the light from 1,000 suns. It's cascading now, falling from the emptiness. And there's someone out there, faintly illuminated by the light. It's a person. It's...
Who is it, Lisa? What can you see?
It isn't Mel. I know that for sure. They're coming towards me now. It's a woman. But it isn't Mel. It isn't my other half. She's holding something. It's glimmering in the light.
What is it? Describe it for me.
I think it's a blade, Doctor. The woman is holding a knife. She's large, broad. I can see the expression on her face now, and it's one of hatred, pure hatred. And it's aimed at me, Doctor. It's aimed at me. What's happening?
Who is she? Do you know her?
She's raising the knife. I think she wants to kill me. And there's nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide out here.
Okay. Close your eyes. It's just an illusion, Lisa. Your delusion.
No! Stay away from me. Stop it.
Lisa!
No. No, stop.
Lisa! Mummy? Mummy?
Help me clean this up, you little shit.
No. I won't do it. No.
Help me clean this up, you little shit.
Psychiatrist's Log, October 31st, 1976. This is Dr. Alicia Ramsey of the Durham Institute. I'm directly responsible for the care and treatment of patient 202, Mr. Craig Michael Jeffries. It is with a great sense of pride and relief that I'm able to confirm that the Halloween experiment has been a resounding success. A little background. Jeffrey's unique case of multiple personality disorder has been the subject of much debate here at the Institute. As a child of 7, Mr. Jeffries witnessed the violent death of his father, Mr. Roger Jeffries, at the hands of his mother, Mrs. Matilda Jeffries. The former was stabbed to death by the latter. 7-year-old Craig was forced to assist his mother in disposing of his father's body. His condition is a direct result of this childhood trauma. The 6 distinct personalities as recorded here by Jeffries, Helm, Finkel, Hennessy, Morris, Derrickson and Lisa, have been with him for a very long time, each of them coming to the fore when appropriately stimulated, in this case via exposure to certain colours. Helm, however, seems immune to this effect. The Doctor has always been the dominant personality, a character capable of manipulating the other 5. And so to the experiment. Under the watchful eye of myself and Doctors Matthew Fisher and Sally Reynolds, Jeffries was provided with the means to act out a scenario designed to expose and eliminate his multiple personalities, systematically curing the young man of his MPD. We observed the following curious particulars as the experiment unfolded. Finkel's account in the Red Room stemmed from Jeffrey's memory of the blood-stained carpet surrounding his father's body following his stabbing. Hennessy's account in the Blue Room referenced the colour and condition of the dilapidated conservatory into which the body of Jeffrey Sr. had been temporarily housed. Not to mention the fishbowl man, undoubtedly a reference to the fishbowl that was shattered by his father as he defended himself. Morris's account in the Green Room was surely linked to the basement with its green tiled floor, the barrels of apples, the fruit cellar, where Jeffries was locked up as a punishment for protesting. Derrickson's account in the White Room was a representation of Jeffrey's emotional state, trapped in the white brick house on Park Road, with no way out. And Lisa's account in the Black Room embodied the subsequent horrifying weeks of isolation, with Jeffries confined to a dark and gloomy shed in the back garden,
the very shed below which rested the body of Jeffrey Sr. It should also be noted that in at least 2 of the accounts, Jeffreys referenced an injury to his left index finger as sustained during the disposal of his father's body. To conclude, the strange stories told by each of Jeffrey's personalities resulting in death or departure allowed the young men to achieve catharsis. The process of telling their stories in what he believed to be a controlled environment effectively eliminated them. In the imagined darkness of the Black Room, Jeffreys conjured up an image of his mother out to kill his father. It's curious to note that it was this terrifying image of his mother that finally usurped Helm, the eccentric doctor, whose goal, like ours, had been to eliminate the delusions of his patients. It has been 48 hours since Jeffreys came back to himself. He looks and sounds like a different person. He'll be prepped and prepared for release in a day or 2, following a thorough psychological examination. Regular checkups will of course be necessary in the months and years to come. His unique psychology is of great interest to the scientific community. I shall provide a written report forthwith, prior to the commencement of the Forks experiment, which, I have to say, owing to this week's successes, can only yield positive results.
If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,